All right, we are live. Let's go. Trying to make sure that we got everything working. All right. There we go. We got everything working now. Okay. We are live. So we are just getting ready for everybody. The timeline is actually for 5 o'clock. So we're going to give everyone a little bit of time. But we are going to go over the rules, go over the initial, what we're going to do, and that type of thing. And then we will hop right into it. This is going to be a fun CTF. It'll be interesting. I'll be very surprised if anybody can actually complete it in the time frame, I should say. I think everybody could probably complete it if they had unlimited time. But the question is, could they complete it if they didn't? Oh, wait. Where did that... Closed one of my browsers, which was interesting. There we go. Had to mute that. All right, make sure we got everything we need. We should be ready to rock, though. It's weird that it makes me have to sign into the chat to chat with you guys if I wanted to do that, but it's all right. Ice, what's up, brother? Ice, first one in, which is good because we're going to go over the rules and things like that, and we're going to go over, if anyone is late, I will tell you, they will be missing points right off the bat because there is a quiz that we're going to start off with, and it's timed, so you can't look up the answers, and if they aren't here, they're just not going to get the points for that. By the way, Ice, if you don't know how to chat in the Discord, you have to do the you can chat on the YouTube or the Discord, but the Discord is going to be more responsive. But you have to go to the live stream chat. All right. There we go. All right, looking at our challenges. Gotta do some basic math here. All right. Ice, do you know how to chat? I want to make sure you know how to chat in here before we... get too far. Okay, just making sure. Because it will be important. At least for the intro. Yo, what's going on, man? Hey, so we are hosting our annual CTF, but while it is while it is happening, I will be doing, because it's about 5 hours. So the competition will be going on, and I will be going through basically the rules and stuff like that. We'll watch, or we'll go and look at the people, and as they do it, we'll watch the leaderboards. We'll keep up to date. We'll answer questions, stuff like that. But we're also going to be doing the finishing out the advent of cyber during that time, and then as that wraps up, we're gonna keep doing stuff like that. Conjure, what's up, brother? Appreciate it. Did you already register for it? Anonymous, what's up, brother? Welcome to the Discord chat. And then I will go over the rules and things as people come in. I don't want to cover the rules 50 times. These are the basic rules, obviously, right? Is no messing with other players, stay respectful. Okay, you already good. I'm glad you already so Conjurer, you're going to have to hop into the Discord chat as well if you did not know that. Okay, you're Ice. Perfect. So, if you're struggling, I will say this. It helps to watch the stream. And what I mean by that is I'm not going to give you guys answers, but if you guys did my CTF last year's CTF went much longer. There were a lot more hints, and the answers were not dynamic, meaning everybody got the same amount of questions. Or, I mean, the same amount of points. This year's a little different. It's timed, much, less time. You're not gonna. The answers are dynamic, meaning first come, first serve with points. It will get tiered. So if one person answers, you start losing points. So that's going to be a big play. That's how the winners are going to basically. I'll just tell you that's how it's going to happen, because I really, really, really will be surprised if anybody completes this in time. I would mute the YouTube. The Discord link, yeah, I can share it, absolutely. But you want to stay in the YouTube, Anonymous, because I'm not going to. I will probably mute myself in the Discord and be here if you guys have questions. You can throw them in the Discord, things that you don't want to put in the chat of YouTube, like specific things that you don't want other people seeing. But I will be working on the YouTube as well. But I will give you one sec. I will get you the link to the Discord. I have a link that lives forever. That's why I'm taking a second. I'm going through the... All right. I'm not going to mute the YouTube at all. I'm going to mute the Discord. Okay, give me one sec. This was the redirect link, which is fine. This should, if it'll let me. Oh, well, let me put that long of a link. Give me a sec. I'll just put a link to the Discord real quick. Interesting that it wouldn't let me put that long of a link. But don't worry, I can just send a link here. Here you go. I don't know why it's being funny, but there we go. All right. Oh, it's because it's a streamer mode. It keeps doing that. Oh, I appreciate that, man. Thank you. For some reason, Discord, when I'm... says use copy button. I hit copy, and then it's just copying the use copy button. Give me one sec. I'm going to disable streamer mode, which is fine because I'll turn it back on here in a second. And then I can actually copy the invite. Apparently you can't copy the invite for some reason when you're in streamer mode. There you go. All right, now I got to turn streamer mode back on. However I do that, streamer mode, there we go. Enable it. All right, and we're back. That way there will be one box. There will be multiple. There will be multiple boxes. So they won't all be boxes either. They will be challenges. So you'll see what I mean when we get started. There will be some challenges where you download files. There will be, so make sure you have your own VM spun up. You'll definitely need a VM. How's the holiday going? Really good. I mean, it's kind of a weird one actually because it falls, New Year's and Christmas both fall right in the middle of a week. So some people hate that because like you don't get like Friday or like Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday off. But I actually like it because it's like you go to work Monday, Tuesday, you're off Wednesday, you go to work Thursday, Friday. It's good to see people flooding into the Discord. If you're in the Discord, you will want to tune into the YouTube as well as time goes on because that's where I'll be kind of watching leaderboards and if you'll be able to see how other people are doing and if because I will probably remove the leaderboard at some point for everybody else so you can't sit there and see how people are doing. That's also where you'll see some hints dropped maybe as time goes on. We'll see how far people are getting. I will be in the Discord chat, in the Livestream Discord chat where you guys are at right now. I will be in here, but I will mute my mic so that way you guys can work in peace if you want. Zerzex showed up. Let's go. I will tell you, we've got 9 minutes till it starts, and we've got very few people in the in here as far in the Discord of the participants, and you have to be in here or else you're going to miss points right off the bat. I will tell you that. Whoops. I pinged the wrong people there. Or almost did. Hope we win. How are you both going to win? It's not teamed. It's not a teamed event. By the way, for anyone on the YouTube, you can feel free to join the Discord and see the chat there for the Discord chat. The reason I keep them separate is you'll see why we're using Discord to run the first part of the exercise. I will tell you, most people in here participated in last year's. I say most, I'd say about 50-50. If you are not, if you did, be prepared. This year's is much, much harder. Let's see. This is my first time doing competition. Nice. You'll have fun then. There's some that, again, it's going to come down to, it's going to be an interesting one. I don't know who will win because there's so many strategies you can do. And you'll see what I mean when I start it. And we'll talk about it as time goes on, right? And I will talk about strategies I would do as far as to get the most bang for your buck type of thing. And we will go through it. Once we start it, we will let you guys kind of run for a little bit. I will do the rest of the advent of cyber on the live stream here and keep checking in. We will be keeping the leaderboards and we will kind of keep an eye on everybody, make sure. This year's a little bit different because it's only 5 hours. Last year, you guys probably don't even remember. Last year, that we had some cheaters, so we had to ban people and stuff like that. So I will say be prepared. The initial announcement of the winners could change if I find out that people are cheating. So just know that it could change because last year we found out people were cheating later, and I mean later because I just reviewed some logs and stuff and figured it out. Someone gave me or tipped me off, and I was like, and we went and looked at the logs, and 100% they were cheating. So, also, the other reason I keep the Discord and the YouTube separate, you guys have to have them both up, but I will mute the Discord and answer questions in the YouTube, but you can ask questions. The reason I do that is because in the Discord, if you have like a certain flag or something that you're like, hey, I think this is the flag, I don't want you putting it on the YouTube or the Discord chat. Just private message me on there, and I'll tell you like, hey, you've got like, because you might have one where it's like you're just not putting it the correct way or something like that. What are the rewards? Well, it depends on how many people participate, but usually the number one award will be like a CTF voucher. Security Plus voucher or something like that. Depends on what people, because some people win and they already have those certs, or they don't want a cert. They would rather have something else. Like last year's winner got a flipper. And I think last year there was a laptop up for grabs for the winner. Things like that. So it just depends on what is kind of needed, I guess, by the user. I'll say that. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so we've got 8 in the Discord, 4 minutes left. Yeah, so we've only got 8 in the Discord. So that means you 8 are going to get more. If we don't get more people in here, you 8 are going to get the points that they don't get. And the reason I'm not telling you the points, so Casey is double muted, so he might not get them either. But the reason I'm not telling you guys how many points is because it's going to depend on how many people take the test. So that's why. All right, so let's go ahead and Jake, you're chatting in the wrong one, buddy. You're chatting the live stream chat. And no, you don't have to be in them both. What I'm saying is I'm going to sit in both, and I'm going to mute my mic in the Discord, so that way you can see the or so that way you can message me on Discord if you have questions, or message me in the chat on Discord if you guys want to talk or whatever. But I'm going to be talking on YouTube. I'm not going to be talking on the Discord unless I need to unmute to help you with something. Make sure you're chatting in the proper channel, Jake. You're in it, Jake. You're in the chat. You just have to click on the live stream. You have to click the open chat. You're in the voice chat. You just have to click the open chat text. It's a little box that looks like a bubble. Also, one thing to add with the leaderboards, keep in mind, depending on how you do at the beginning of this test, will depend on the additional points you'll get at the end. All right, so how many do we have in here now? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so 10 of you guys will get the points, the extra points for the initial quiz. The other people will not, if they don't get in here in 1 minute. Which means if they're doing the CTF on the side, they can. But keep in mind, it's a pretty good chunk of points. And it will be tiered. And we're going to discuss, so it starts in 1 minute here. I'm going to ping everyone one more time. All right. I finally have audio. Care to summarize? Summarize what, Jake? What would you... I missed it. What would you like me to summarize? Oh, so basically, long story short, we're going to go over the rules right now, so you're not going to miss anything. I was just going over kind of basic stuff. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and get started. Anyone that's not in here right now will just not get the points. So that's on them. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and talk about the rules, talk about what's going to happen, and then we're going to go from there. So thumbs up if everyone is ready. Do a thumbs up in the YouTube and the Discord because you will need to be in the YouTube stream. Okay? The Discord I'm just doing initially, and then we'll talk about it. Okay, I've got 4 thumbs up. Okay, we're starting to see people flood in a little bit. All right, perfect. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to make sure if you're participating, you're in this Discord live stream chat, or else you cannot do this next part. So first things first, the biggest thing is you will need to be in the YouTube stream. The reason I say that, well, you don't have to be, I guess, but that is where we're going to cover as time progresses, leaderboards. So if I pull the leaderboards away from you guys, just know that the leaderboards will get pulled at some point. That's what we do every year to kind of make it more suspenseful. When those get pulled, if you're paying attention in the live stream, you still might be able to get a peek at them so you can see how you're doing. Then the other reason you need the YouTube up is because as other people ask questions, I'm going to be answering them on the YouTube. Now, the reason I'm keeping the Discord live stream or the Discord stream up, the chat, is if you want to chat about something that you don't want to tell people. For instance, you want to DM me in Discord and say like, hey, I have this flag. I think that it's this. Am I close? Or because if you're like one letter off or something, I will tell you have the right flag. Here's how you put it. The reason I'll do that is so you're not sitting there just pumping answers into it, thinking or going down a rabbit hole. So that's the first thing. Is if you guys have questions, don't just try and brute force the flag. Just ask. I'll tell you yes, no, that's not correct. The other reason is on the YouTube, as time progresses, I will be giving hints so that people can get a little further along, especially if like maybe one person's completed something over in whatever, we'll give hints. Secondly, if you have an issue, okay, so we'll go ahead, that's the baseline. Now we're going to talk about the rules. But the main thing is if you have an issue, okay, if one of the boxes is not working, I need to respin up a VM, I need to rerun a Docker instance, something like that, please let me know and I will restart it. But I need to know that you're having an issue, whether it's connecting or something like that, and let me know and I'll be able to help you out. And I'll need to know that. So let's go ahead and go over the rules. First things first, play nice. If somebody messes with somebody else, meaning because these boxes are live, so if somebody is in a box and you start making changes, none of these boxes, I'll just tell you now, none of these boxes require any changes beyond the way forward, meaning you do not need to change anybody's passwords. Don't change a user's password unless it's needed, okay? The reason I say that is because if you start changing people's passwords and somebody's in that box, now they can't use that password that they found or whatever. So if you have any doubts about it, ask me. I can restart the instance. It's no big deal, but we do not need to be in there trying to kick people out. This is not King of the Hill, okay? This is very simple. So that's one thing. Don't mess with other people. It's not King of the Hill at all. If you try to even remotely, I can see what you're doing. I'm running the boxes. If anybody tries to prevent somebody else from getting in, you are automatically disqualified. There is no, hey, sorry, I didn't know. Hey, I wasn't aware. You're automatically disqualified. No questions asked. This is not a King of the Hill. It is not to frustrate people to make them try and figure it out. Okay, that's the first thing. Second thing, keep it secret. If there is any sharing of answers, you're gone. It's like I said, last year there were some cheaters. You'll just be done. We're not playing games. This is just a fun time for everybody. Let's just make it fun. Follow the rules. So each challenge has some specific guidelines. Not every single challenge has specific guidelines, but some of them to say like a certain port is out of scope. That's because those are admin ports that are used to run the box. Don't mess with them. An in-map scan's fine, no problem. But if it says don't use the port, don't use the port. It's not part of the challenge, okay? So that's part of that. So far, any questions? All right, cool. So then the next thing is if you need help, if it says don't use the port, you probably can't pwn it anyways. Yeah, if it says don't use the port, it's not the way in. I'll tell you that. This isn't some trick. I'm not tricking you. This is not a tricky bot or a tricky CTF. This is just straightforward. Think of it as real world. Don't think of it as the CTFs you've done with like Try Hack Me and stuff. It's not that easy. Now, need help? If you have any questions, please ping me before. The reason I say that is because this is a timed event. So if you're going down a rabbit hole, I might be able to stop you from going down that rabbit hole and wasting a lot of time. So just know that. Okay, so here's what our agenda looks like. So we're going to start with a quick quiz. Okay, it's going to be 25 questions. You guys will not see how you're doing on that quiz until the end. Once it's done, it will post the leaderboard. The leaderboard of everyone in this Discord that takes the quiz. Okay, you will then get assigned extra points at the end of the competition based on how you do on this quiz. So keep that in mind. How much is the quiz weighted? It will depend on how many people participate. Compared to the rest of it, there's 700 total points, okay? 700 total points in the rest of it. So the quiz can give you, depending on how many people participate in it, because we can still technically have people in here, it can give you up to 50 extra points. So I will tell you, it's a big benefit to do well on the quiz. It's a huge benefit, actually, because I promise you nobody's going to get 700 points. Because not only does that mean everybody got, or that you answered every single question, which I don't think anybody will, it also means you were the first one to answer every question. So keep in mind, keep this in mind when you're doing your strategy in your head. Every question, or not every question, but most questions are dynamic, meaning when one person answers it, you lose points. So think of that strategy when you're doing this. I'll tell you that will help you a long way. Okay, once we finish the quiz, there's some tasks you need to do. Okay, there is a final box. It's called the Grinch box. You will see it. It will be up there. You can do it right away. You can do it at the last second. Whatever you want to do. It's your strategy. But keep in mind, the boot to root box is the most points. You will see it. But again, it is the hardest box. And it is you got to boot it and root it, right? So no, you cannot get them if you answer sometimes wrong, but faster. Can you explain that? What you mean by that? you can, so if 3 people solve it and it's worth 500 points, after the third person gets it, do all get, no. So if one person answers it and it's worth 20 points, the next person that answers it might get 18 points, etc. So if 3 people solve it and it's worth 500 points after the third person gets it, no. So when I say it's dynamic, you're going to lose points every time somebody answers it. So next person that answers it gets less points and less points and less. So it's a timed event. So make sure you understand your strategy before going into it, because it's going to come down to points. I promise you. It's not going to come down to who did the most. It's not necessarily that you got to be fast. Yep. The less people that can answer a question, the more people, or the more points you're going to get. Now, every one of them is capped, meaning, let's say it's a 50-point question. The minimum you can get is 25 or something like that. So if you get 50 and a couple people answer and it gets down to 25, nobody's going to get less than 25. There is a minimum. It's just you're rewarded for answering one of the first ones. Okay. I will tell you, if anybody completes this, there is an additional prize if anybody can complete it in the time frame, and it will be a large prize. I promise you, you probably won't, but if you can, and then keep in mind, you want to stay tuned for the end of the stream, because at the end of the stream, we will go over the challenges. So if you have questions about some, that's when we can go through and actually show you how they're all done. Okay. Any questions before we get started? And if you go in your dashboard right now and look at challenges, you will see there are no challenges. It started, but there's no challenges. They're all hidden. You can't do them yet. So I will get them, but let's make sure everyone's ready to go. All right. Everybody's ready for the quiz. All right. So I am going to go ahead, start the quiz in the Discord chat. But first, all right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. All right, and for everybody in the YouTube, there you go. First question. Which tool is used for privilege escalation testing in Windows? You've got Nikto, Mimikatz, Hydra, and LinPeas. Okay, the answer was Mimikatz. In the context of web security, what is CSP? You've got Certificate Signing Procedure, Content Security Policy, Client-Side Proxy, and Cybersecurity Standard Protection. Make sure you're clicking the buttons to answer the questions, or else you will not get points. All right, CSP. Oh, never mind. Okay, what is the primary purpose of encoding data? To convert data into a specific format for efficient transmission or storage, to ensure the data is encrypted and cannot be altered, to secure the data from unauthorized access, and to make the data impossible to read without a key. It is to convert data. Encoding actually makes it easier to read. Which hashing algorithm is considered outdated and insecure? We've got SHA-1, answer 2, because I must not have put an answer, SHA-256, and Blake 2. Scrooge, please do not type right now. I see that you're typing. You click the buttons to answer the questions, please. Jakes, please do not type. Just click the buttons. I don't know if you guys actually are typing, but what type of attack involves intercepting and modifying communications between two parties without their knowledge? If you guys have questions during the quiz, please put them in the YouTube, and I will answer them. That is man-in-the-middle attack. What is a common defense against SQL injection? You have encrypting database columns, using prepared statements and parameterized queries, setting up a web application firewall, and using stored procedures. It is prepared statements and parameterized queries. What is the purpose of address space layout randomization? ASLR. And I don't have time to read all the answers. It is to randomize memory address to prevent buffer overflow attacks. Which attack exploits a weakness in DNS caching? DNS spoofing. Which in-map scan type is the fastest and the least stealthy? It is TCP Connect Scan. What does this hashcat syntax indicate? Attack A, 6, question mark D, question mark D, question mark D, question mark D. It is append 4 digits to your password. What hash is this? So what type of hash is this? This is a SHA-256 hash. SHA-256 starts with a $5. In Linux, what command is used to view currently running processes and their owners? It is ps-tac-aux. Which attack leverages web application to execute arbitrary commands on a remote host? If you guys have any questions, please put them in the YouTube stream and I will answer them. Remote code execution. Which tool is commonly used for wireless network auditing? Wireshark, Aircrack, Metasploit, or Burp Suite? Which port does DNS primarily use for its queries? It is 53 and it is UDP, by the way. In a Windows Active Directory environment, which protocol is primarily used for authentication? SAML, OAuth, Radius, or Kerberos? Kerberos. What tool takes advantage of LLMNR? We're on question 17 of 25. It is Responder. What does CVE stand for in cybersecurity? It is Common Vulnerabilities and Exposures. Question 19. Which of the following techniques is most effective for bypassing content security policy, which we learned earlier? It is subdomain takeover. Which technique is commonly used to bypass network firewall rules during pen testing? DNS tunneling. Which in-map script category is useful for vulnerability detection? What is the primary function of a certificate authority in PKI or public key infrastructure? Verifying and issuing digital certificates. In TLS, what does the handshake phase establish? sure most of you have heard of the handshake. What does it establish? That is a secure key exchange. What is the main advantage of elliptical curve cryptography over RSA? Stronger encryption with smaller key sizes. Last question, what type of attack involves using a legitimate session ID to impersonate a valid user? It is session hijacking. How did everybody think they did? There was 15 total players. 6 out of 10, Anonymous says. Well, you got third, Anonymous, so. All right. So I will screen grab that real quick. There we go. So now I've got a copy of the leaderboard, and those will be added to the points at the end. Now, if you go through, not bad, missed the first 10 questions. No, I said I must not have left the answer, but that's all right. All right. So now, for everyone that... Another quiz? Nope, that was the only quiz. So now those points will be added at the end. I won't tell you how many points right now because that's going to be the fun thing at the end to see if you think you win something, do you actually? I told you how many points you could get, but you don't know how many points you're going to get based on where you're at. So the nice thing is if you're watching the stream and you go to the actual challenges, you will see there are challenges now. So good luck. Start the challenges. Make sure you're in the YouTube chat if you want the link to what? Default, did you not register for the CTF? Good luck, guys. You did not get notification. There was plenty of notifications. If you'd like to register for it, you can. I will get you the link to it. But you will be running a little bit behind. But if you want to do it, there is, the challenges aren't time-based like the quiz. The challenges aren't time-based, but there is a time on the CTF. This CTF ends in 4.5 hours. So you have 4.5 hours to complete. And I will be streaming the whole time. So if you have questions, feel free. That is the link to it, default. The only reason default you're getting in so late is because you completed the quiz, so you did get extra points for it. So I want to make sure. And if anyone says they did not get notifications, they definitely did. The Discord had a ton of notifications. There is any flag format. The flag format is the same on all of them. It says it in the challenge. So if you click, like here's the weird flex, it will say the flag format is basically this. I will put it in the chat. So that's a good question. Most of them, if there's a different format, it will say, but I will put it in the chat for you so that you have the flag format. All right, so I have to go in here. The flag format is just this. Very simple, very easy. That is the flag format. Great question. Again, if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. I'm gonna mute my mic in the Discord, but I will have the YouTube chat open and the Discord chat if you want to talk. So meaning if you have a question in the Discord, I will answer it on the YouTube. If you have a question that's pertaining to a flag, I ask that you privately send it to me in the Discord so that you don't give flags away to people. If you're saying, hey, I don't know if this flag's right or something like that, do not just put it in the chat because everybody will then get that flag. All right, good luck, guys. All right, if you, we will see how they do. I'm very interested. Oh, my leg. All right, I'm going to go use the restroom real fast, and then when I get back, we will start looking at the leaderboards. All right, Cole, what's up, brother? Let's go ahead and start looking at the leaderboard. Let's see how they are doing. Scoreboard. One person has 40 points already, so there's only 2 people on the scoreboard. Let's see what points they got. Nice work. He did the encoding challenge, so really nice work. Let's see how he does. So we got 40 points and we got 20 points. So keep in mind there is, let's see, that one's easy. Nice. All right, we're looking good. We've got a couple of people going already. We've got a 40 point and a 20 point. All right, we will check back in with those guys here shortly. We are going to hop over and finish doing the advent of cyber as we wait and check the leaderboards. Okay, so let's refresh this because it's going to be delayed. Why is that not, there we go. Okay, let's see which one we want to do now. Day 19, game hacking. I merely noticed that you're improperly stored. Okay, that's interesting. Ko, how you doing, brother? And hopefully, if they're smart, they are watching the YouTube, because I'm going to be dropping hints as time goes on. One of the hints is one of the questions that we had about PKI might help you in one of your challenges. And to give you a hint even further, someone has already solved that challenge, so it's not that difficult. All right, So Glitch was keen on uncovering Mayor Malware's deeds. Today he was sure he would find something neat. He knew the mayor had an office downtown where he kept his dirty laundry. I don't know if that means quite literally or figuratively. All right. Mayor had an office where he kept dirty laundry. The big old clown. He approached the site silently, not knowing the door was closed. So ultimately, at the front door, a smart lock waited. Glitch smiled because he knew it could be subverted. But big surprise, the lock was eerie. A game controlled it. Glitch almost went teary. I don't even understand what that means. The game controlled it? Controlled the smart lock? Interesting. Okay. All right. Okay, so now, again, if you missed the first clue it was given was during our quiz, we had a PKI question, and it will help you out in one of your challenges. Okay, so understand how to interact with an executables API. So implement, okay. Will Glitch be able to pass through the door, or will he end up with a 0 as his score? Let's find out. My YouTube account has been exposed. Oh, God. It's the same name as his Discord. We would have never figured it out. Even while penetration testing is becoming increasingly popular, game hacking only makes a small portion of the larger cybersecurity field, which is true. And if anybody knows me and watches my live streams and my stuff like that, you know that this is probably my weakest point. I don't know anything about game hacking. I have played games my whole life, and I have no interest in hacking video games, so I don't even look into it. They can do various malicious activities, such as providing illegitimate ways to activate a game, providing bots to automate the game actions, or misuse the game's logic to simplify. Okay, therefore, hacking a game can be pretty complex. Since yep, obviously. What is flag format for the cat image one? Let me take a look real quick. Can you tell me the name of the challenge, please? What is the name of the challenge? Ramp cat. The format is Can you send me what you have, and I'll tell you that. Send it to me in Discord, please. What you have. And I'll tell you if you got it right. And I'll send you the format. This is the one he's talking about right here. Just send me in Discord privately. Okay, Jake, the hint I will give you is it's looking for a specific place. So what you have is a start. I'll say that. It is a start. Hopefully that helps you. All right, let's go back to the scoreboard. Take a look. The scoreboard is changing. People are starting to answer questions. As you can see, some people, I think, have lost points. And that's just based on the values going down. So what that means is, as time goes down, or as more people answer the question, the volume of the answer, or the value of the points goes down. So hopefully you guys understood. There's many combinations. It's very vague. Give me the, like I said, if you give me the what you have, I will tell you if you're close. So like some people, the points that people are losing are not, they're not actually losing points, just so you guys know. It's the value of the questions going down because the questions are getting answered more. But there is that's why I was saying they're dynamic, but there is a minimum, if that makes sense. And that prevents some challenges that people thought would be easy from just being absolutely demolished. Let's see if Jake sent me that he has. All right, and those are incorrect, Jake, the ones that you sent me. Those are incorrect. Brother, thank you for everything. I'm a 46 man involved in Hack the Box since 8 months. Very nice. I'm glad to see that. It is never too late. That's 100% a fact. Good for you. If you guys have questions about specific flag formats, I 100% will answer them. Just send me the challenge or put in the chat the challenge you're struggling with, and I will make sure that we get that flag format to you. All right, looking good. It's surprising to see the strategies. It really is. So I told you guys I would kind of allude to some of the ways I would do this. This is how I would have done it. I would analyze, and there's still a lot of time left, so I would have analyzed, but I'm an analytical person too. I would have analyzed what questions are worth and found some that are worth a lot and went for those first, because I would suspect that those take longer to actually complete. I don't know that, but the reason I say I don't know that is I'm looking at some of the questions, and some of the questions I thought would take already that have been answered, I would have thought would take a little bit, and people are already answering them. So clearly that's not always the case, but that's one of the strategies I would consider for me, not for everybody else, because that's how I operate. I know what I'm going to take longer on, and since this is a timed event, I don't know that I would have enough time. I'm watching your guidance walkthroughs for about 2 months for Try Hack Me. Are you doing Vuln Labs, Hack the Box, Let's Defend, or other platform walkthroughs as well? So yes, I've done all of those. The Hack the Box I don't do anymore, mainly because I have had issues with them, and I don't agree with their business practices, and I think they're a very poor company in my opinion. And that's not to say anything negative about their content. Their content's very good. But they are very much not a learning platform, in my opinion. They're very much a you either know it or you don't. They're not gonna walk you through it, which I have no problem with. The problem is that's not a learning tool. And that's not hating on their content. They have very good content. The problem is, how do you find the content? Because when I say find it, I mean, how do you use it, I should say, because you're not going to learn it from them. I'll tell you that. They also, their teaching style is very poor. And I've actually talked or messaged them about that before. And they don't really like to hear that, but their teaching style is very, very poor, unfortunately. They very much will, the way they teach is like they will put information that's needed to learn this whatever you're trying to teach, but then they will randomly put random stuff in there. And Hack the Box Academy goated, wow. You might be the only person I've ever heard that has ever said that. Because Hack the Box Academy is the main thing that I have an issue with. They have so much filler content that is absolutely unnecessary. They don't actually teach you anything. And it's almost notorious that they're not. They also are a pay-to-win model from a business perspective. I have a lot of things I could go on about with Hack the Box Academy specifically. But yeah, I don't like Hack the Box Academy. I think it's one of the worst platforms to learn. It's got really good content that you can pick apart and dig into and learn and grab yourself and take out and go teach yourself. But it has no real learning value if you're just going to try to learn from it. You just have to take the content out, go find it, and learn yourself. I agree learning is for questions, guidance where needed. It is true. Yeah, learning should be a learning, it's not this hardcore figure it out type of thing. That's not what learning is. In my opinion. Yeah, there's learning to that, right? But that's what Hack the Box is for, not Hack the Box Academy. Others, Vuln Labs are good. I mean, but it's not a learning platform, right? It's hey, these are vulnerable labs, right? Let's Defend is good. Defbox.io I like, but needs to work on some of their UI and the way they present the data, things like that. But the content's there's a lot of good content out there. It's, do you have the experience to know how to actually learn that content? For instance, I could teach you DNS all day long till your eyes bleed, and you might say, oh, sick, I know DNS in and out. But then I sit you down on the keyboard and say, here's a DNS, or here's a server, make it a DNS server with blah, blah, blah entries. I need X amount of MX records, some text records, some whatever. And you're like, I don't know how to do that. Well, then what was the point of learning all the DNS stuff, right? So you have to have that experience to know how to apply what you're learning. Otherwise, you're just sitting there learning nothing. You're wasting a lot of time is really what you're doing. And what you see a lot is a lot of people learning these concepts and really learning them. And then 5 years go by and they actually get to a stage where they can apply them and they go, oh crap, I know some of this. I used to know it. I can't remember, blah, blah, blah. and then they get into that cycle. All right. This is yo, Israel, appreciate you, brother. All right, guys, we're just been streaming for about an hour. I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break, grab some food. We're gonna come back. We're gonna keep doing the Advent stuff. We'll try and knock out all the Advent tonight on stream and keep checking the leaderboards. As of right now, I will tell you on the leaderboard, Jake is winning currently. So if you guys want to see the leaderboard, and keep in mind, the leaderboard will be getting pulled at some point. So here is the scoreboard right now. Jake, Zerzex at the bottom, Blackism coming up, Anonymous coming up, Null coming up. These three, I will say, were not there just a little bit ago, so you guys are really coming up. Keep in mind, if you guys are watching, also, for Anonymous, Blackism, and Null, keep in mind, I will be able to validate if you guys are working together. Not saying you are. I'm saying you all have the exact amount of points, which means you probably all answered the same question. Not that crazy, but all around the same time. So if there is any sort of teaming, keep in mind that's 100% you're out of the competition. So make sure that you guys are not teaming or working together, sharing flags or anything like that. Again, not saying you are, just letting you know that that will be all investigated at the end, and we'll be able to validate based on a few things. So, all right, guys, we'll be right back. All right, guys, I am back, but I am going to be off camera for a little bit because I am eating. But do you want the basic auth on the admin endpoint or all endpoints? Basic auth on that. You cannot type underscores. I can tell you, you can do. You need it on the admin endpoint, by the way, Jake. But you can do that challenge just fine. I will say that. I've done it multiple times. Yep, it's admin. You're right. 100%. All right, we are going to hide my camera real quick while I eat. No, we're not, because that didn't hide it. I have no idea what hides it, apparently. We'll just leave it as is, and I'll just go back to the Be Right Back page. All right. Recon Mr. Robot task mean OSINT? That is up to you to determine. I'll give you a hint, you're on the right track. But you probably don't need to do any open source intelligence. Probably just basic recon. Someone gave you the wrong phone number, and then was shocked that I found out the name and everything. Name of what? I'm confused. Trav, how come you're not competing in the CTF? Jake, you are configuring the Docker container, yes. There is a config file, but is Nginx running on the main? Or is it running on the Docker? The Docker system is the one that you're going to be looking at. So for hopefully everyone's in here, because if you're not watching the live stream, you're going to be missing this. But Jake brings up a good point. It is the Docker container that you're looking at. It is not the Nginx on the system. Okay, so inside joke. Person 1 said they gave me person 2's number. Got it. They then said it was a fake number. So I looked it up and it turned out to be the person 1's. Oh, okay, I get you. So they said they gave you a fake number, but they gave you a real number. Jake, am I supposed to be able to access the front end IP from the terminal? You shouldn't need to. You should only need to use what is in that SSH terminal that they give you. And then Trav says, not competing because I think I do too poorly and don't think I'm mentally there. Totally understand the mental state. I think you would have been fine personally, but as far as skill set, I think I definitely understand the mental. You got to be mentally right. All right, we're back. As we can see, there's been some changes to the leaderboard. We've got some movement. Jake's up there now. We will see who completes the most. Zerzex, I'm waiting for him to make a giant push. I think he might make a push here at some point. Blackism's starting to rise up. I definitely think this will be an interesting as time goes on. I think the leaderboard's going to change quite a bit. All right, so we're back to game hacking. First, let's see. Do we need to start something? Did it say? It usually tells you. Password cracking, we have to kind of brute force with Hashcat. No. I don't know because I can't tell you how to do it. You got to take it with what you will and try something. I can give hints, but sorry guys, I know I'm cutting back and forth. It's because people are asking questions, and so I'm just getting the formats for them. All right. Okay, so what are we doing now? Okay, game hacking. Even when penetration testing, blah, blah, the executable file of an application is generally understood as a standalone binary file. Okay? Containing compiled code. While some applications contain all the code they need, many applications usually rely on external code and libraries files with the SO extension. Okay? Library files are collections of functions that many applications can reuse. Okay? Unlike applications, they can't be directly executed as they serve no purpose by themselves. Interesting. For a library function to be run, an executable will need to call it. Okay, so we're starting to see how they're going to do this already, right? We can start seeing that picture. For example, imagine you're developing a game that requires adding two numbers together. That sounds like a boring game. Since mathematical functions are so commonly used, you could implement a library called libmath to handle all your math functions, one of which could be called add. Okay. The function would take two arguments and return them both the sum of both numbers. So you take the game executable, you add it, you send it to that SO, which is going to do the math function for you, and it's going to return it. Note that the application trusts the library to perform the requested operation correctly. From an attacker's standpoint, if we could somehow intercept the function calls from the executable to the library, we could alter the arguments. Okay? Trav, what's funny? This would allow us to force the application to behave in strange ways. Okay. So right off the bat, we're pretty much seeing what we need to do. Frida is a powerful instrumentation tool that allows us to analyze, modify, and interact with running applications. So right there, it allows us to interact with it while it's running. How does it do that? Frida creates a thread in the target process. That thread will execute bootstrap code that allows the interaction. Okay, this interaction, known as the agent, permits the injection of JavaScript code, controlling the application's behavior in real time. One of the most crucial functions of Frida is the interceptor. Okay. Frida, so goated. Jake, I'm going to be honest with you. Everything we've said, you've said goated. Is there anything not goated? Tell me a tool that you don't like. Oh, it was a joke I said? I don't remember. I'm just curious if there's anything that's not goated. Okay. Let's take a hypothetical example. Okay, in this example, a number is simply printed. Pretty simple. 1, hello 1, hello 1, hello 1, hello 1, blah, blah, blah. What we want to achieve is replace the value with an arbitrary 1. Yep, saying leap. He's got to think about it. Damn, all of them goated. I respect that. Okay, so now we can say, before proceeding, we will run Frida trace for the first time, so that it creates handlers for each library used by the game by editing the handler files. We can tell Frida what to do. Fair enough. We can tell Frida what to do with intercepted values of a function call. To have Frida create the handler files, you would run the following command. Are you saying when you tried to remote execute Snapchat? Okay, that's what I was making sure. I want to make sure you weren't saying you were doing something illegal. Okay, let's look real quick. All right. Let's see if anybody. Looks like the leaderboard's staying about the same. See a lot of people spending some time. A lot of time. I like it. So I will say there's a lot of people struggling with a certain question, and it's been answered correctly 3 times. So where's the flag on basic auth? Well, did you complete it correctly? If you complete it correctly, the flag will be displayed. Once you click check, it will be displayed in the top of the screen. You see a value but no format. If you see a value, try the value. It doesn't have to be in the not every flag is going to be in those brackets, and that's because I didn't create every single challenge. I created most of the challenges, but keep in mind that I don't own DefBox. They wanted to do this simply just to advertise their own tool and also show off what it can do. So if you have a format, put it in there. If you have a question on it, feel free to just DM me what you have, and we will I'll tell you if it's accurate or not. Okay. So before proceeding, we will run free to trace for the first time, blah blah blah. Yep. So just they don't all need the brackets. If you have a question on it, feel free to shoot me a message and I'll tell you if it is or not. Am I dumb? I sure hope not. I think you're winning. You will now see the handlers directory containing JavaScript files for each function your application calls from a library. One such, you want us to not brute force the CTFD, but you can brute force it if you want. You don't lose points. I will give you the format. I've said multiple times, if you ask me the format for a question, I will give it to you. And I've told you that's incorrect multiple times. There's not many possibilities. The challenge is not to guess every city-state. If that's what you want to do, feel free to waste your time. But if that was the challenge, I would just pick a random city-state and put it in there. That's not the challenge at all. And there are multiple people that have already got that answer correct. So it's not that you're not correct in what you're trying to do, or what you're doing, excuse me, not what you're trying to do. It's just not correct. Every person that's asked, I've given the format. Okay, you will now see the handlers directory containing JavaScript files. Okay, so now we see containing JavaScript files for each function your application calls from a library. One such function might be called say hello and have a corresponding handler at handlers, blah, blah, allowing us to interact with the target application in real time. Perfect. So now we can interact with it real time. Each handler will have two functions known as hooks, since they are hooked into the function respectively before and after the function. Okay. So similarly to how a lot of defensive tools operate, right? They hook into an application. On enter, from this function, we're mainly interested in the args variable. So you can see the args variable right here. Boop. An array of pointers to the parameters used by our target function. A pointer is just an address to a value. Yep, that's literally what it is. Here we're interested in the retval right there variable, which will contain a pointer to the variable returned. Okay. We have pointers and not just variables, because if we change any value, it has to be permanent. Otherwise, we will modify a copy of the value, which will not be persistent. Makes sense. Returning our objective, we want to set the parameters with 1337. So we're changing the value from 1 to 1337. Let's see what we got here. All right. Return our objective, blah, blah. Frida has a function called pointer that does exactly what we need. Allocate some space for a variable, okay, and return its pointer. Okay, so you can say hello JavaScript, hook the say hello function, attach the running process of main. Okay. Got a bunch of questions. All right. A lot of people it's starting to get a little harder, and I like it. Let's look at the leaderboard real quick. Oh, Noel took the lead by a long shot. I want to see what did Noel do. I think I actually know which challenge he completed, but let's take a look. Yep, I knew which one he did. Well done. Well done. Noel took the lead, and I will tell you, he's only answered 2 questions. That is the way to do a CTF, in my opinion, because he's answered one of the harder questions. And it will be fun, because as more people answer them, that value will go down, and he will struggle more. Okay, Frida has a function. Yeah. When we rerun the executable with Frida, we knows that we can intercept. He took the lead quick too. I will tell you, there was, when we started, there is 700 total points that were available. Okay. When we rerun the executable with Frida, we notice that we can intercept the program's logic setting 1337. So now we can say Frida, trace, main, I, say, and we can see that's there. Say hello. Okay, where were we? Frida has a function called pointer, and we have to use the function to int 32, which reads the value of the pointer. Okay. So when we rerun the executable with Frida, we notice that we can intercept the program's logic. Okay, so you can intercept the logic here. Setting 1337 as the parameter function. Boop. The original value is logged as expected using the following command. So there you go. You can see they changed the pointer there. I'm assuming they changed it. It looks like they changed it. And then now it's actually, boom, in there. Now that we better understand Frida's capabilities, we can return to Frida. Okay, so we do need to start the VM. Okay. You can start the game by running the following command. Well, I started the VM. We got to wait till it's up. All right, I think, don't quote me, but I think we're about to see a little leaderboard change based on one of the messages I just got. Let's see. Ooh, we did see a leaderboard. Look at that. I like that. You like to see that competition. You like to see that competition. We have, what is it, 3 hours left in the CTF, and it is already getting interesting as far as the leaderboards have changed drastically. Who you thought was going to take off at the beginning is not so far who is there at the end. So this will be interesting. It's going to get good. Hey man, how do I start hacking? So one thing I tell people when you're a hacker is the biggest thing is what is hacking. It's just knowing the technology better than the person that put it there. Simple as that. That's all hacking is. So you want to know how to start? Learn certain technologies that you want to hack into better than the person that implemented it. It doesn't necessarily mean you need to know it better than the person that invented it. It means you need to know it better than the person putting it in place. Interesting. All right. Eventually, we're going to get to the point where we can actually do this box. Okay. So, start the game. So, first we got to start the game. I clicked allow like 15 times. Thank you. Okay. So we'll go ahead and make this bigger for everybody. Start the game by home, Ubuntu, desktop. Sans course is good for start. I mean, depends on your experience and what course. If you have just a lot of money laying around, sure, it's a great start. All right, we got, I thought it was try, unlock me. Got to get rid of the directory there. Okay, we got the game. Explore the game a bit. Okay. So let's play the game. I think they did this last year too. Okay, so we gotta talk to somebody. Let's talk to Mayor Malware here. He doesn't want to talk to me. I could just play a game like this, dude. This brings me back to childhood. Looking to try unlock me. The only game-based lock in the world. A game, question mark. Aren't smart locks good enough? Okay. The mayor fears any lock that's smarter than him. Okay, want to know how it works? Not real. Nice, let me explain it to you. To open this door, you need to prove to Mayor Malware via our patent-pending 3-factor authentication. Oh boy. Something you know, something you own, and something you are. Okay. Where did you get that from? You're a funny one. The first factor is that random number thingy that mayor has. You mean a one-time password or one-time pad? Oh yes, the mayor mentioned something about that. For frostbitten OTP. Do you have it? Well, now to terminate the previous game instance and execute the following. Okay, so we'll say Control C. Oh, you can just close it. Okay, and now we're gonna run Frida. Trace, try, unlock me, right? And then we're gonna say tac I, and this is, I'm assuming, the SO file that's needed to run that piece of the game based on what they said. Okay. Now, if you revisit the NPC, you can trigger the one-time pad function on the console displayed as set OTPI. Okay, so if you revisit the NPC, you can trigger the OTP function. Okay, so we need to go revisit him. Yep. They have a lot of text here. You PM'd me? Okay. Okay. Okay, give me 1 sec, and I will tell you the correct format, Jake. Just remove the, I'll just DM you it. That should work, Jake. Okay, so now if you revisit the NPC, you can trigger the OTP function on the console displayed as set OTPI. Okay, so you can see we should, right there, we triggered it. Boom. Z7 set OTPI. Notice that the output Z7 set OTPI indicates that the set OTP function is called during the NPC interaction. Correct. So now we need to try to intercept that. Okay. So now let's open a new terminal. Yeah, it's making it sound like we need a whole new terminal. Give me 1 sec, Jake. One thing I'll tell you. I would make sure let me make sure there's no spaces. Give me 1 sec. Nope, there's nothing. Not sure how you're putting it in, but All right, brother. This will be going on for another 2.5 hours. Okay, so now, where were we? So now we've got it running. We've got the function. The output OTP function. Wait and see if Jake messages me. Okay, opening terminal, go to the home, Ubuntu desktop, try hack me. We're there. Okay, and now we should have, yep, there's our handlers that they talked about. So now we should be able to say cd handlers, and then it's lib. Yeah, I'll check it. Give me one sec. Okay, so one person has it. Okay. Well, that's why, Jake. You're putting it. You're just spraying it. You're putting it in the wrong one. You're in the wrong one. I don't know what to tell you. You got to slow down, take your time. You're putting in the wrong entry. Putting the wrong flag in the wrong question. Take your time. Any hint for question mark? Default, are you in the live stream for the YouTube? Okay, so folder open Visual Code Studio by running da da. Okay, so we need to go to there. Perfect. And now we need to open code dot, right? So that we can actually see the code running. Okay, I don't think it actually opened. Okay, there it did. I was like, excuse me? Okay. At this point, you should be able to select the _Z7 option, right? Set OTPI, which is what we want. Okay. The I at the end of the set OTP function indicates that an integer will be passed as a parameter, correct? Which we already know that because it needs to be a pin, right? Yep, you were just putting in the wrong one, Jake. As soon as you messaged me, you switched to the other one. It will likely set the OTP by passing it. By passing it the first argument to get the parameter value. You can use the log function specifying the first element. Okay, so what they're saying is you can go. You've got log, right? Your Java script should look like the following. Correct. Should be able to log something similar. Okay, so let's make sure it looks the same. Okay, so you have log. And you can see we need to log that parameter so that it saves it for us. So we'll say boop, boop. Copy that. Go here. Hit enter. Log that. Okay. On leave, log retval state. Okay, everything else looks good. Verifying there are supposed to be 4 total ports open in the box pwn. Which box? I don't know that there's a box called pwn. Okay, that should be good. Oh, you put it on mute? So default, can you give me some context as to what you're asking and a hint for hidden flag? VM, which one though, Jake? There's 3 different instances that you can do. Grinch box. Gotcha. So one of them is out of play that it specifically tells you. The rest, it doesn't matter. You can do anything. Anything you missed, Hassan? So we are doing the oh, your default. Gotcha. So yeah, so what, give some context as to what you're asking about with the hint for hidden flag. The reason I asked that is because I want to know where you're seeing that hidden flag that you're asking for a hint. Okay, so we got this. Okay, so should be able to log something similar. Okay, so now we can go ahead and we'll just save, exit that for now. We should be able to close this game. Oh, the game's still running. Okay, close it. Now we should be able to run it. And if we ran it correctly, hit space. Okay, now we should see the code is 121085. It logged it for us. Verifying there's supposed to be 4 ports to make sure there's nothing missing. So again, I can't give you that information, Jake, because that's part of your job, quote unquote, as a pen tester, right? I'm not gonna validate what's open, what's not. Did I solve it yet? What do you mean? I made these challenges, most of them. So what do you mean, did I solve it? I'm assuming it's going to ask us for the, what is the one-time flag? Okay, so there's an actual flag, okay. Okay, so we got the one-time pin. Let's copy that bad boy. We need that, right? You can trigger the one-time pin. Got it. Notice indicates, okay, we got past that. You should be able to log something similar. Got it. Okay. Exploring the new stage. Okay, so now we're up to the new stage. So now, whoops. So now we've got the one-time pin. Can't copy and paste it, so 121085. 121085. Ding, ding, ding. There we go. Try hack me one tough password. Try hack me one tough password. Okay, now maybe if it works eventually. Maybe. Okay, it's not going to work apparently. There we go. Okay. I'm confused a little bit. Does the CTF end? Yes, the CTF ends in 2.5 hours. Or a little bit longer than that, actually. I'm sorry. It's going to end in 3.5 hours. Okay. Sorry, people are asking some questions. Just trying to answer them. So can I get a hint for hidden flag? You can if you give me context. I've asked you a few times for context. What is the hidden? What you just sent me a little thing that said hidden flag and said get a hint. What is it? What's the challenge? Let's check the leaderboard real quick while we're waiting. See if there's any updates. Jake is back in the lead. Nola's right on him. It's starting to get interesting. Zurzak's making a shoot up. I thought he might. Now we're waiting to see Anonymous hit his stride. All right. So now we've got our one tough password or whatever. All right. Notice the output indicates open a new terminal. Okay, we're past that. I don't know why I keep going back. The name of the challenge is A Hidden Flag. Okay, so you sent it to me as if it was code. That's why it was confusing. You sent it to me like you found it on a terminal or something. So what exactly are you looking for as far as a hint? I will tell you the hint is, I'm trying to think of a way to word it without giving it away. The hint is that there's more to the site than simply the dashboard that is presented. And that should tell you more than, I shouldn't even have said that probably. Okay. Now, if you find another penguin with a costly... Okay, so now we get to go past Mayor Malware, right? Okay, perfect. So we got the one-time password. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. So now the game lets you earn coins by using the old PC on the field. Okay. This is the same as last year. If you remember last year, if you did theirs, they had one last year where you just went to a PC. By getting 1 million coins, that way sounds tedious. You can, again, okay, so you could do this where you just sit here, but you have to do it literally 1,000,000 times. So they made it enough that I wonder if anybody just sat here and did it for 1,000,000 times. I bet somebody did, but okay, you can gain free to, again, use free to intercept the function in charge of this purchasing item. This time it's a bit more tricky than the previous one because the function buy items displayed as, okay, which I haven't bought items yet. I think it's this one, right? How does that even work? I'd be silly to tell you. Okay, basically pay him 1,000,000 coins. Okay, is there anything I want to buy? Blah, blah, blah. Okay. So you can log those values using the log function. Okay, so this time is a bit more tricky than the previous because the function displayed is validate purchase III has 3 letters, which means 3 integers, which we can pretty much safely assume. So now we need to log all 3 of them to buy something. Okay, so now the JavaScript buy item file should look like the following. Well, the problem is, right now, anyway, we just have the one-time pad, which is not what we want, right? Hopefully it's not the same every time. Or, I mean, it's not different every time because we're going to need this one-time pad, 121085, right? And the problem is going to be, there it is right there, the validate, right? So it's showing us the validation piece. Let's see if, I want to see if it changes the code every time or if it's, so it's, oh, it does change every single time. Okay. I was curious about that. So 551325, and then we get to go back. One tough password, and then, but you can see right at the top, validate purchase III. Let me make sure no one's in the Discord. All right. Okay. now we got to go buy stuff again. And basically when we go to buy stuff, it will tell us that we need money, right? Because you need $1 million to buy that, whatever. Okay, so now we need to open up a new terminal. What happened to our other terminal? Do we still have it over here? Oh, we still have it. Close that then. Minimize that while it's running. Okay, so we should be able to go here, open up the function that actually purchase I, add these 3 logs, right? There we go. And then we should be good to go. Should be pretty easy. Save. Now when we say okay, we're good to go there. We go back to our other terminal. No, don't open more. Where's the one we had? There we go. Okay. Okay, press the ID. I don't have any money, so it doesn't really matter. Okay. Flag format for ramp cat. Multiple people asking that. Kaiser says here. Not sure what he means by that, but I appreciate it. All right. I will, after I finish this box on Advent of Cyber, excuse me, we will actually go through and give some hints. So hopefully people are paying attention. Okay, you should be able to log something similar. By a simple inspection, we can determine that the first parameter is the item ID. Okay, pretty self-explanatory right there, right? Okay. The second is the price. Okay. And the third is the player's coins. If you can manipulate the price and set it as 0, you can buy any items if you want. You can also manipulate the player's coins, I would think, but that's all right. Okay, so now we just go to your JavaScript buy item file should look like the following. Yep, you can buy any. Oh, they're saying change it. Got it. Okay, so now we go back to our code right here, and this is define handler. Well, we already had the log, which we're gonna go ahead and I'm gonna keep the logging on. You don't have to. And we're gonna say save. You don't have to keep the logging on, by the way. The logging is just for me. Okay, now if we go here and we go buy them again, we should be able to log it, but then we say ID is 3. Hit enter. Boom, we got it. All right. We're fucking cruising now. Credit card undeclined, which doesn't make a lot of sense, but I like it. Okay. So this is a three-way authentication, and I realize now that you guys can't see my screen at all, so that's fun. That's on me, but that's okay. If you guys have questions, basically all we're doing is following along word for word. What I can do is I'll make this view in full screen, and then I'll go close this. That way you guys get a better view. So there you can actually see it. All I did was manipulate that file. All I did was go here to visual code, add these 3 in here to the validate purchase III, added them to log the arguments so that I could see which one is the actual item, and then we pointed to 1 and made it worth no coins. So pretty easy. Now we just go back to the terminal where we're there. We're going to play the game. Now we got to go to the next part of the game. Okay. How's everyone doing the CTF? Anybody struggling? Okay, now we have Naughty Fingers. So now we have to keep moving. We should get past him. We should be able to go to Naughty Fingers here. Let's see what he says. Just one more factor to overcome. Last is at least normal. So whose eyes do I need? Eyes. This is a punch based off that may or malware has a very specific way of punching the keyboard that nobody can replicate. Okay. Please put your fist in the keyboard. Okay, well, it tells me right there it's check biometrics PKC. Okay. Okay, how do I get out of there? Okay, thank you. So I'm out now. So now all we have to do, is go back to the check biometrics PKC, add the logging in there, right? So that we see, whoops. There we go. To debug it, so now all we need to do is go to our visual code, open up the check biometrics, log the one we need. It's been fun so far. Nice. How far are you? How are you on the leaderboard? Do you know yet? Because the leaderboard's going to get pulled away shortly. Okay, so we say put our fist through the keyboard. We need to go over here and log what we're looking for. Okay, whoops, here we go. Nope, I'm trying to do it over here. There it is. There's the parameter we need. Perfect. Got the parameter. Okay. You may have to consider this output does not seem very helpful. You can log the return value of the function by adding the following log instructions. Okay. So we've got to log the return value. Okay. So go back to the visual code. Log the return value as well. Nice. Zerzex gave us the little fist. Or save. There we go. Save. We'll go talk to him again. Keep this up. Now we should see there's that, and then the return value we should see as well. There is the return value. Oh, no, it's not. I messed that up. Okay. Let's go look at what we did wrong here. Oh, I put it on leave, or I put it on the wrong place. So we need to put it on leave, right? So we say log, and then on leave, you put the return value, because that would make more sense. File save. Forensics done. Nice. Those are the warm up. Those are a good warm up. Okay, the return value is 0x0. Okay, and you don't have to copy these. I copy them for my own, so that if I need them. Whoops. Okay, return value is 0, so the value is returned 0, which may indicate that is a Boolean flag set to false, which value is set to true. Can you trick the game into thinking the biometrics checked worked? Well, the following instruction will set the return value right here. Okay, so we'll set the return value to true. Oh, I put it. God dang it. I keep doing that for some reason. So you can leave. The nice thing is you can leave the logging. Like they keep pulling the logging away, which I get because you don't want to keep editing file, blah, blah, but you can leave the logging, which is nice. Huh, that's weird. You didn't punch the keyboard yet. Signature is correct. Who are you? He said, vote for me. Now, password or the thing is try hack me, don't smash your keyboard. Hopefully you guys can see that. It's kind of small. Try hack me, don't smash your keyboard. There we go. Pretty fun box. If you guys are wondering why I'm so much slower at that, I'm not a game hacker. I don't want to be a game hacker. I have no interest in game hacking. So Can I do it in this context? Of course. But am I a game hacker? Nope, never will be. All right. So that's one try hacking box down. Let's go ahead and close that out. Go ahead and terminate the box. And let's go look at the leaderboards. Let's see where everybody's at. Here we go. Jake flying past everybody now all of a sudden. Let's look at what challenge he did that nobody else is able to do yet. Because keep in mind, his points will go down as other people complete the challenges. Okay, so let's see. We've got one pretty easy one done, but he's the only one that's done it, I believe. We've got... Okay, so that's the only one he's done since, which is good. He's got this one done. Okay, so he's got some of the easier ones done. I like it. Now we're getting into the hard stuff. I'm excited to see how he does in this. Yep, they have the same. That's correct. I got the flag, but it says incorrect. All right. One thing to keep in mind, guys, is I create these CTFs completely by myself. So understand. Nice, Jake. Very nice. Understand that when I complete these by myself, that means there's going to be mistakes like the flag format. Okay. Let's go look at what Jake just completed, because as we were talking, he completed one. All right. Very nice, Jake. Jake, if you don't mind me asking, can you DM me how you did it? Because there's other ways to do it, so I want to know how you did it. Just because I have a feeling you're going to be one of the only people that actually gets that one. And I thought about making it a little bit harder by doing something else, and I'll tell you at the end what I thought about doing. I'm glad I didn't. Well done, Jake. That one's a fun one in my opinion. What hand on mean? I'm not sure what you mean. And you guys are saying exfil needed and hidden flag have the same URL. That is correct. They should have the same URL. What's your SO? Okay. Very nice, Jake. There's actually another way to do it as well. I like the way you did it though. There's another way to do it though. But your way's fine. And again, Jake, you're already up 100 points. I can't give you any hints, man. Right. Okay, what hands-on challenges mean? I don't really know what you're. It's just a category. It doesn't mean anything. Jake coming in hot with that 100-pointer, which I'm really glad he did it the way that he did it, because the way I'm going to show it is different, and I want it to be seen that there's multiple ways to do it. The way he did it's actually easier than the way that you can do it. But he did it very well done. Because there's really two methods, and I'm not going to dive into it now because we'll give away answers. But well done, Jake. When are you going to send the hints? I've been giving hints the entire stream, my man. Default says, when are you going to drop hints? I've been giving hints. Can you send the hints here? I cannot. I will not send hints. I'm giving hints in the stream so that everybody in the stream can see them. When I say see them, I mean hear them. If you have a question, you can feel free to ask questions. I told you guys that. Don't mind me, just gonna make a loud noise opening a bag of candy. It's whatever. My favorite candy. For Ramp City, how does the flag format work? Is it flag, city, or the address? It is not. It is a one-word flag. The format doesn't matter if you put flag, then the word, if you just put it in brackets yourself. Or if you just put the word, doesn't matter. I'll tell you, Trav, but I inhaled part of it. Reasons. My favorite candy. Literally, man. I did not expect to inhale that and that to be as, which is silly because I've had those candies 100 times. I just thought I'm just going to pop this in and not think about it. That was way more intense than I was ready for. I apologize to everybody watching the stream on that one. That was way more than I was ready for. Keep in mind, Jake, I know you're messaging me on the side a lot. I cannot give you any more information. You're already 100 points ahead. There's nothing else to to give you. What you're asking is for me to validate your methodology and stuff, and I just can't, because that's the purpose of the CTF, right? The purpose of the CTF is not to get answers quickly. It's to take your time, and you've got, let me see how many questions you've answered compared to how many there are. So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 answers, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 answers plus whatever points you got on the quiz. So keep in mind, you're fine. Take your time, work through your process, work through your system, and get there. I can't give the answers, my point. I understand where you're coming from, but the purpose of this is for you to work through it, not for me to say, yes, that's it, no, that's it, move on, do something else. Like, can I give to everyone? There's nothing to give to everyone. That's my point. This isn't a CTF that's like a Try Hack Me, where it's like, give me this answer. This is going to be more realistic. I told you guys, that is a big hint as to what I'm telling you, is this is more realistic. Treat this as at least treat some of it, but treat it as a pen test versus, meaning a professional real world application or real world test, versus a simple CTF that you're used to, because it's going to help you a lot more. That's the best hint I can give. No, with 135. I like it. Keep in mind those points at the end too are going to be big, especially since Noel won the quiz. And not everybody showed up for the quiz, which means the points don't get dispersed the same. So it can really change things. Keep in mind also, the scoreboard will be removed in 25 minutes. So you will not see who is winning anymore after that. Now, will the stream see? Might get some glimpses. Maybe. Might get some commentary on how people are doing. All right. Any questions? We're gonna move on to the next Try Hack Me: traffic analysis, reverse engineering, Kubernetes, hash cracking, communications, and then the end. Oh, okay. Oh, there's only 24 days. For some reason, I thought there was 25. I guess you never do. I've never done an advent. Like, I've done advent of cyber. I meant, like, I've never done an advent calendar. Do you stop on the 25th day? Okay. All right. I'm going to go use the restroom before we get started after I answer some of these guys' questions. I didn't even see it. Nice, Conjure. That's the whole point, is to learn it. All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to go use the restroom. 2 seconds. Be right back. Stops at day 25. I guess that makes sense. All right. Oh, all right. Trav, I didn't get your joke. It's hard over text because there's no, like, you know, context clues. It is a pretty good joke, though. Okay, gotta spin up my VM real quick. Got a lot of things open here. A lot of tabs open here. All right, keep in mind 20 minutes and the scoreboard will go away. All right. Okay, so now we're on day, whatever the hell this is, 20. Be right back, 2 seconds. All right, Jake, you're saying, do y'all get secure connection failed? What challenge are you doing? All right. Skitty sat at her desk, staring at the PCAP file Glitch had just sent over. Okay, we got started with machine first. Investigating the depths. Wait, did I even submit the last 2 things on that one? On the last one? Okay, I did. I'm telling you, the amount of people that have sent me when you try to see the admin views, who's your butler? So I will tell you, it doesn't matter. I'll say that. That's the hint. And that is a big hint. I'm gonna pour myself a drink. Trav, you want one? You seem like you need one. Seems. Oh, sorry. I said that does not matter. That is your big hint, Jake. All right. Trav, I got you one right here, bud. Man, my nose is itchy. Allergies are killing me. Okay, what are we even doing here? I see PCAP. Wireshark, the basics. What are we doing? Okay, so for this room we'll be using Wireshark. Okay. Now that we have a better idea of what C2 traffic looks like and how to use Wireshark, double click the C2 traffic analysis file. Let's do it. Let's double click this baby. All right. Drink out of my Stuffy24 exclusive mug. Not for sale. Man, that's good. Oh, my nose is itching like crazy. Okay. What are we trying to do here? That's traffic. Yes. Okay. We already suspect that this machine is compromised. Okay. So let's narrow down on our list. So I will only show traffic coming from the IP address of the Marta May Wares machine. Okay. Do we know them, Marta May? Is that the IP source? There is not. Let me see, actually. And nobody has gotten that challenge correct. Which makes me feel like I should have made it worth more points, if I'm being honest, but I thought it was pretty easy. All right. So is this the correct IP source or what? Okay. So we want the IP source. Okay. Then we want it's 10, 10, 229, 217. Are they going to give us a different IP source or which challenge? The password cracking challenge. Oh, it's 217. There we go. Okay. It's still a lot, but at least we can now focus on the analysis on outbound traffic. Okay. If you scroll down a bit, you'll find some interesting packets, specifically those highlighted with an arrow. The post packets? Is that what they're saying? It said if you scroll down a bit, you'll find these packets that are interesting. But what number are they? Oh, they took the number out. Okay. Well, there's the push ACK. Okay. We're looking for the post packet. There's the get command. I'm assuming that there's post exfiltrate. I'd say that's pretty. All right. Initial command exfiltrate. That is sure to be something. Oh my god. Okay. Now you go here. Credentials.txt. I would say that's dangerous. Let's see what questions we got to answer here. Oh, okay. So first things first. Click on the post initial packet frame 440. Why didn't they start with that? Okay, and I am in Mayor. Sick. Okay, so now we're just gonna go ahead and follow it. So we're gonna hit right click, follow, TCP stream. All right, and we're looking. I am in. Perfect. That's it. All right, one person had one missed thing. All right, 10 minutes. 10 minutes, and the leaderboard goes away. 10 minutes. All right, perfect indeed. Usually the reply from a C2 server contains the command instructing the malicious program to what to do next. Okay, thanks. See, this is the only thing that sucks is it's getting rid of that. There we go, 440. At least they gave us a packet to start on. Right. Can we go IP source? There we go. So we at least go back to that. 440. Jake says, bruh. Okay, let's not stop here. Other interesting HTTP were sent to the destination. Follow the HTTP stream get command. Okay, so now they want us to follow this one. Who am I? So they're running commands that way. So Jake is saying that he does not think Durbuster works on that port. And I am going to tell you guys, I do not agree or disagree with that statement. There is no, I mean, he's 100 points ahead of everybody. I'm not going to give any hints. Or was, I'll say that. I haven't checked the leaderboard in a while. Okay, so if we follow the HTTP stream for post, didn't we just do that one? Which one did we just do? Post 476. The exfiltrate, okay. And we want to follow the HTTP stream. Well, we already saw his passwords.txt. AEC ECB is your chance to decrypt the decrypted beacon with the key. Toot. Okay. We will see a file exfiltrated to the C2 server. Correct. Credentials.txt right there. Was the first message. Okay. Well, this is data received, so close that. Well, if the first message is the destination, right? So we'll say 217 to 224 is the first one, right? So we'll say IP source 217. Well, the destination we're looking for, I'll put 2, is 400s right here, 224. So the very first one we're looking for is, I'm not really sure what they're asking here, because they're asking for the very first message. Okay, I am in Mayor. I didn't realize they're asking for the first, like, Okay, need the exclamation point. That's important. What was the IP address of the C2 server? Well, that's easy. 10.123.224. What was the command sent by the C2 server to the target machine? It was who am I? And we saw that already. What was the file name of the critical? That was credentials.txt. What secret message was sent back to the C2 server? Well, just go to right here, the exfiltrate, follow it, and then this is your secret message. Oh, it's so secret. I can say cyber chef. Very secret message. Probably base 64. Nope. Let's see. Magic. Nope. Maybe it wasn't. That was just the decryption. AES ECB is your chance to decrypt the encrypted beacon with the key. Oh, okay, my bad. What secret message was sent back to the C2 in an encrypted format through beacons? Okay, so we need the key. This is the message itself, right? So we just need to put it in here and then use the key. Get rid of that. Okay. So now we can see, search for AES decrypt. Then we need the key, obviously. AES decrypt. We want the key. That's because I have a space at the end, right at the beginning. No space there. Okay. Now, okay. So it says here AES decrypt recipe, which is recipe. This is the area. Yep. Input. Once the recipe is done, it's time to enter our encrypted beacon into the input area. So AES ECB is your chance. So ECB with these parameters. Okay. Let's put TF. Nope. Whoops. Base 64. Okay. It's not able to do that. It's got to be UTF, right? Once the recipe is done, it is time to... Any tips with the hidden file challenge? Give me 1 sec. Be able to tell exactly what I'm doing. That's causing me to lose points. It's more people answering questions, so questions become less valuable. More people answer the question, the easier the question. Okay, incisive. Perfect. Okay. Then we've got CTF. Okay. Boom. Sorry. We got a lot going on. Any tips for the hidden file challenge or the Mr. Robot? I'm not sure. Plus for Mr. Robot. It's an easy challenge. I can't give you a tip on that one. That one's too easy. Okay, so what am I even doing again? Okay, where were we? So if we follow the HTTP stream for the post, exfiltrate packet frame 476, yep, 476 right there. Okay, you'll see a file. If you check the rest of the PCAP, you'll find the more interesting packets were captured. Let's break them down and dive deeper. Okay, well, let's do this. So this is the one that he was saying, follow this stream. It should be the same stream. Okay, Now, AES ECB is your chance to decrypt the encrypted beacon with the key. Perfect. There's the key. Which is interesting. Okay, got that. Make sure we got the beacon correct. Looks like we do. Let's close this. AES decrypt. Leave that. Okay. If you guys are struggling towards the end, we still have quite some time left for the CTF. So I'm not going to give you the answers yet, but the CTF's only been going for a couple hours. So I want you guys to work on it for a little bit. Okay. Returns regular status updates. I'm still live waiting. Yep. In this scenario, malware agent payload inside Martin Mayweather's computer has sent the message that sent blah, 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 blah. Okay. Since the beacon is now encrypted and you have the key to decrypt that cybersecurity tool should be our resource. Concerning the task scope, we would only cover the decryption process using this tool. Okay. Search AES decryption and drag it to the recipe. Done. This is the second area where you'd select the mode of encryption, ECB. Correct. Boom. Done. Enter the decryption key you have. Keep the other options as they are. Well, let's take a gander. Unable to decrypt with these parameters. And enter the decryption key that you have. Okay. Is there white space in here? Oh, crap. Didn't mean to do that. Meant to go over here. There we go. Let's see if maybe I missed. Let me re-grab it. Oh, I did. I'm missing one. Damn it. You guys just sat there and watched me do it. I could tell right at the end I was missing one. Didn't matter, but you could tell I was missing one. Okay. Okay, so recipe, this area where you would select the mode. Thank you. Search for AES decrypt, drag it to the recipe. Done. AES decrypt. Input. Once the recipe is done, it's time to enter our encrypted beacon and copy your encrypted string and paste it here. Am I tripping? Am I tripping? Trav, tell me where I'm wrong. I gotta be wrong here. ECB and enter the decryption key you have. Keep the other options as they are. Okay. So let's get rid of this. Okay. It says keep everything as they are, or as I have it. That key has got to be in, like... Okay. The exfiltrate file content hints at how these encrypted beacons can be decrypted. Chance to decrypt the encrypted beacon with the key. Okay, got the key. That's got to be the beacon, right? Am I tripping? Okay, we're going to have to go up here and watch this. This clown. I shouldn't say that. He's probably a nice guy. Nope. I didn't mean to click on this either. Oh, there's a beacon command that I didn't even see. No wonder. Oh, that was... I'm retarded. The way they worded that was super weird because it was saying keep following this stream. I even went back and searched 476 again. So go back. IP source 217, hit enter, go down to 476 or whatever. There's your beacon. God. The way they worded that was not right. And that's on me, but they were saying like keep following the same stream. So I kept following the same stream. There you go. Try Hack Me Secret 101. Super easy. I'm just dumb. Okay. Try Hack Me Secret 101. Done. Let's close this box. Terminate that machine. Should get rid of that. Okay. Now let's go and look at what's next. All right, that's done. Now we're reverse engineering. Now, before we reverse engineer, let's look at the leaderboard as we get ready to pull it away. Okay, last chance or last look at the leaderboard. Jake's at 287, but J Function coming in hot with some answers. Let's look at what J Function's been answering. I like this. J Function really coming in. J Function's coming up, and he hasn't even really done anything crazy. I like that. Let's go. Okay. All right, guys. Now for the fun part. Let me find the scoreboard. We're going to take the scoreboard away. All right. Now when we look at scoreboard, no, we still see it, which doesn't make sense. Oh, that's just the scores, my bad. That's not right. All right. Now if I can find where I can take the scoreboard away, then we will remove it. All 4 of the VM challenges are the same IP, right? Whatever whatever IP is in there is the correct IP. If you don't think it is, honestly, then message me because I will validate, because you never know, I could have made a mistake. Oh, well, that would make sense. Why? Okay, so score visibility. Scores are not currently visible. So we are going to remove that. You can no longer see the scores. Only I can see the scores right now. Are the in-map scans really slow? They probably are, because you've got multiple people doing this. They probably are. I will say in-map scans are not a super vital part of this competition. That's a hint. Kaiser just in time because we have 3 hours left, I think. I will tell you, as we get closer, if people are still struggling with certain challenges, I will give more hints, but we still have a long time left. Nice, Kaiser. We still have a long time left. We've only been going almost 3 hours, so we've got 3 more, or well, kind of. So we've got 2 hours left. I said 3. We have 2 hours left. It's 5 hours. So we've been going 3. 2 hours left. I will tell you some interesting information that the scoreboard is changing. I will say that. I'm not going to give any details, but the scoreboard is changing. You got to be on your P's and Q's with this group. I will say I'm very impressed so far. All right, what are we doing here? McSkitty's alert dashboard lit up with an unusual alert. Kaiser, does the error message ever change? Nope, that will never change. Seemed that the source of the alert came from a binary that made its way to a backend. Didn't belong there, had some anomalous activity. The binary is compiled with .NET. The whole setup seems quite unusual. Okay. So we need an attack box here. And we need to start the machine. Okay. Wow, that zoomed or scrolls all the way down. Okay. Introduction to reverse engineering. So reverse engineering is the process of breaking something back, blah, blah. Bring something down to understand its function. In cybersecurity, reverse engineering is used to analyze how applications binary functions. This can be used to determine whether or not the application is malicious or if there are any security bugs. Thanks. There's somebody that's on my YouTube comments every video. It says chef something was here every time, and he just commented on another one. All right. Computing binaries, blah, blah, disassembly versus decompiling. When reverse engineering binaries, you will employ 2 primary techniques. This task section will introduce you to disassembly and decompiling, explaining the key differences and pros and cons. All right. Disassembling a binary shows the low-level machine instructions the binary will perform. You may know this as assembly. Thank you. Because the output is translated machine instructions, you can see a detailed video or view of how the binary will interact with the system at what stage, tools such as blah blah. All right. A table outlining the key differences between the two have been provided. So, readability. Disassembly requires knowing assembly and low-level knowledge of computing concepts. Decompiling requires familiarity with programming and logic. Not a lot. Level of output. Disassembly translates what instructions the machine will perform. Decompiling translates output is a best guess. Level of output. Difficulty. Difficulty can be considered higher as the machine instructions are translated into assembly. Difficulty machine instructions are translated into a high-level language, which makes them easier to understand if you're familiar with the language the binary is written in. The entire behavior of the binary can be studied given enough time. Decompiling is a quick way to understand some of the logic. So, if you're trying to do it quick, nitty-gritty, decompile. If you're trying to get more detailed in it, then you want disassembly. Okay, multi-stage binaries have a dropper and a payload. Binary is usually lightweight, basic binary responsible functions such as enumerating the operating system to see if the payload will work. Once certain conditions are verified, the binary will download the second, much more malicious binary. This is the meat and potatoes, the payload. Sophisticated attackers may further split actions of the attack chain into additional binaries using multiple stages, helping evade detection. It makes the analysis process more difficult. This is true. For example, a small, more harmless initial binary is likelier to evade detection via email filtering than a fully fledged binary that performs malicious actions such as encryption. Splitting these functions into multiple stages gives the attacker much more control. So, what does that mean? If I get the initial entry point, even if you stop one of these, like the downloader, well, I can still get back into the initial entry and try something different. So here you got your first stage, your second stage. You can see they're dropping stuff in. Boom. They're sending a phishing email, compromised site, whatever, putting the initial dropper file, downloading the malware, then running the malware. Jingle.net all the way. For today's task, you'll be reverse engineering two .NET binaries using the decompiler ILSpy. Why we need the attack machine, I haven't figured it out yet, but we'll probably need it here shortly. All right, let's look at the scoreboard. Ooh, scoreboard is changing. Quite interesting. For some reason, I don't see... Oh, there he is. I didn't see Zerzex for some reason. Okay. So we need to go to demo. Demo. Properties. Okay. We can observe that the file's extension is exe, indicating that it's a Windows executable. Thank you. Select it. Since it's a Windows file, we'll use PE Studio as a software design. So we'll say PE Studio. This year's Advent did a really good job introducing a lot of new concepts to people. I really liked it. Whoops. Okay, so we can say open file. And we can go to desktop. Or no, it was under demo, wasn't it? Demo. And my guess is they're going to tell us to analyze the file that was there. Okay. Whoops. This will help us focus on the static analysis side of the investigation. Let's open PECU from the taskbar file open. As shown below, PECU will display information about the file. So let's start enumerating some of the most important details, aspects we can get from it. Any hints on ramp cat? It is not super difficult. That's the hint I'll give you. The other hint I'll give you is not a hint for the for it itself. It is look at the point value and determine if it's worth 2 hours. Grinch box isn't making sense. Why is it not making sense? We got 2 hours left. Why is it not making sense? Can't find any way in. Well, that doesn't mean it's not making sense. Okay, so I'm going to drop the first hint on the Grinch box because people are starting to struggle with it, and I think it's pretty easy. Okay? Let's see. I'm reading the scenario to see if I can give you a hint. I'll give you the hint I will give you is you already know the username. I will give you that hint. It really isn't. I don't know about that one either. It's a lot easier than you think. I will say that. But the hint I will give you is you already know the username, which is a huge hint. So the hint I'm going to give for a friend is and the reason I'm giving this hint is because there's been one person asking a lot of questions on it, is it gives you the actual location. And when I say location, I'm not talking about coordinates or anything. It's telling you, the flag itself tells you where the person is. For which question is this hint? It is for the Grinch box. The problem is with my port scan, I find nothing. Well, I will say there have been other people that have had port scans that have found ports, Conjurer, so. Anyone can answer? No. What do you mean, can anyone answer? They can't give you the answers. If people are giving you the answers, then they're disqualified. Let's start enumerating some of the most important aspects we can get from it. Using the left panel, we can navigate through different sections that will share, different types of information about the file. In general, information output displayed when opening the file. We can see that the hash of the file, okay. Oh wait, it was just showing me up here. There's the hash of the file, okay. The architecture type, in this case, is 64. Yep. Let's see. The file type and the signature of the language. .NET. File type. Okay. Answer for my question. For which question this hint, but you answer it. So keep in mind, this is not a team event. People cannot help you that are participating. Let's focus on the critical data. First, we want to identify the file and then provide evidence of its alteration. Okay, we need to take note of the file's hash. Yep, as we mentioned above. So is it going to ask me for the hash? Okay, the section represents memory space with different contents of the Windows executable within the PE4. We can calculate the hash of these sections in order to identify the executable properly. Focus this time on 2 hashes, okay? Footprints. Look at it, 2 hashes. The one from the text section, bingo, which is the section on the file containing the executable code, okay? This section is often marked as read and executable, so it should not have any alteration of the files being copied. We can observe this in the screenshot below. So there you go. You see it? That's what they're saying. Okay, another section we can use to obtain information about the binaries is its indicators section. It says a virus total in here too, but it's not open to the public. So where did the indicators section go? There it is. Okay, and you can see right there, there's a random string in there. Screenshot above shows several strings like file names, URLs, and function names. Okay, this can be very important depending on the file's execution flow. Additionally, looking for artifacts such as IP addresses, URLs, and crypto wallets can be a quick win for gathering some identifying intelligence. Now that we have information about the file we are investigating, let's try to understand what the executable is doing. All right, guys, let's check the leaderboard, and it's 8 o'clock now. Boy, oh boy, are people changing. I will say that. It is close. It is a close run. Okay, now that we have information about the file we're investigating, let's try to understand what the executable is doing. Okay. Okay, so now we need to use ILSpy. Okay, we open up IO Spy. The tool will decompile the code, open, and then navigate to C, users. Desktop, demo. Okay. Make that big. All right. As we can observe from the above, the left panel contains the libraries and used frameworks. Okay. So we can go boop, get some actual information. As the screenshot above shows, IOSpy can provide much information like metadata and references. Okay. However, the actual show is displayed on the bracket symbols. Module is the actual data. Okay. There's the demo binary program. Okay, boop, 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 boop. Private static void main string. Hello, try hack me demo binary address. Blah blah blah. Okay, downloading file. So we can see right off the bat what's going on here. Got a message request. All right. All right, we're moving right along. Got a lot of people asking questions here. It's getting down to the nitty gritty. Okay, so we're looking at it. Image over. Okay, the code above displays the main functions. We can observe it first. Prints out the screen message. Hello. Boom. Then uses sleep to wait 5 seconds. Then it assigns a value to the toString variable. So then it assigns the variable right there. Try hack me demo whatever. The first one with a URL accessing a PNG file, the second one with the file name on the user's desktop name, THM demo PNG. Then it will try to connect the URL and the address variable and save the content to a file on the desktop using blah blah. We'll then execute the download file. Okay, so this is the stager, obviously. Finally, it prints the message bye bye, leaving try hack me demo binary. Okay, so what's the function? That's what I thought. Okay, so we're actually using the other one. So we will say, let's go to this first. What's the function name that downloads and executes files? Okay, so first opened. I think it's just on here, right? Wherever app. So let's wait for it. Boop. Okay, boop. Okay, let's take a look here. Here's the module. Okay, fancy app. This is, dang, she fancy. What are we trying to do? What's the function name that downloads and executes files? Okay. Initialize. Okay. Is Windows download execute file? That sounds right. Okay, so it's got to be form. Oh wait. What's the function? Which one do they want? Like, do they want the... Depends on what all they want. Okay, once you execute the Wareville app, it downloads another binary to the downloads folder. What's the name of the binary? Let's look. Looks like explorer.exe. Explorer.exe. What domain name is the one from where the file is downloaded after running? mayorc2.thm. Stage 2 binaries execute automatically and creates a zip. Let's see what we got here. Okay, people are getting frustrated, which can be a good thing. People are starting to get frustrated, but it could be good. Somehow you gained... Kaiser, can you message me? I just don't know your name in here. Which one's your... Oh, never mind. It's Kaiser. That math checks out. You did not figure out the privilege escalation part. I will say that. So don't worry, Jake. Because I was confused too. I didn't think it was possible. And also, Kaiser, if you give any more hints, you will be disqualified. You can't tell people how you did it. I know you didn't mean to. I'm just saying don't tell people what you did, because now everyone's going to go and do exactly what you just said to try and figure it out. But the reality is you did not do the privilege escalation portion, just so everyone's clear. Okay. Stage 2 binary is executed automatically and creates a zip file comprising the victim's computer data. What's the name of the zip file? Okay, let's see. Stage 2 binary is executed automatically. Okay. Well, explorer.exe. It should be theoretically. Did it run? I don't. That's the other thing. Is did it run? No, it didn't run. Okay. All right. Okay, initialize. Stage 2, binaries execute automatically and creates a zip file comprising the victim's computer data. What is the name of the zip file? Okay, let's find out. When doing Hydra, always too many connections, even when T2. I don't even know what challenge you're on or what you're talking about. I need more than just that. Wearable app. Oh, you fancy. Let's see. I said hi. Howdy. If you guys, by the way, if you guys are messaging me, I can't make it any more clear. Nobody is trying to brute force the challenge. I will tell you that. I think your definition of brute force is incorrect, but I will tell you there's a reason this is hard, and it's because this is not a. You guys are treating it like a CTF, as if it's going to be something that I basically give you the answer to, or you can just look it up. The reality is this needs to be treated like a pen test. That's the final box is the hardest part for a reason. The final box, you have 2 hours to do now. You've got plenty of time. I've given you guys plenty of hints. The problem is you guys are in the mentality of a CTF. I know this is a CTF, but when I say that, I'm saying you guys are in the mentality of what can I do on a try hack me or a hack the box room, not what can I do in a real world, or what should I do. I understand you guys' frustration, but I mean, the reality is I had to balance difficulty with realism. This is probably would be one of the easiest pen tests ever in reality. And you'll see why once we get done, or once you figure it out. If you pen test for a living and you can't do this, you might be pen testing wrong. And that's not me hating on you, dude. That's just you should be doing this on every pen test. That's another hint I probably shouldn't have given you. I can tell you this is something I would do on pen tests almost 10 years ago. That's how easy this is. Did anyone let me check. There hasn't been anybody that got the challenge that you're talking about. There has been answers to questions on that box. I will also say some of you have, including you, Jake, have completed much harder challenges on this pen test already. Also, this isn't a. If you guys are pen testers in real life, right? How long? Like, think about it honestly. How long does it take you to do a pen test? Depends on the scope. Yeah, I would say average is probably a week. 3 to 5 days average, right? I understand your frustration, but you've been working on it for an hour. You know what I mean? Give yourself some credit. I'm trying not to give too many clues because it is a very close. Is a very close run, right? What am I even doing? I don't even know what I'm doing over here. Visit the pictures folder to check the zip file. So did this run? I don't even understand if this ran. Like, did it run? I didn't even see. What did it say? Check the pictures folder to check the zip file. Is there a hidden file? No. View the pictures folder. Check the zip file. Okay. What am I answering here? I'm so confused. Maybe it's because I keep coming back to it and every time I get more confused, but the stage 2 binary is executed automatically, which was the explorer.exe, right? Oh, I can't scroll over. There we go. Explorer.exe, yep. And creates a zip file comprising the victim's computer data. What is the name of the zip file? Well, the name of the thing is what is the name of the C2 server where the stage 2 binary? Jake, I will also tell you that you're probably going to beat yourself up on this one because you're going to see what I mean. because nothing I've put in this is complex, because this is an entry level CTF, which is why you flew through it in a matter of, you know, theoretically not very long. What is the name of the C2 server? Oh wait, I'm reading the wrong one. The stage 2 binary is executed automatically, creates a zip file comprising the victim's computer data. Okay, what is the name of the zip file? Well, we see that it's running. Can we download this and analyze this? Because it wasn't in the downloads folder. Okay. So it's not in the downloads folder, and then it says here, visit the pictures folder to check the zip file. What the hell does that even mean? Is there another? I can't tell if it's saying. I can't tell if it's saying it's on the computer. Stage 2 binary is executed automatically and creates a zip file comprising the system. What is the name of the zip file? The hint actually made this one more confusing to me. The basic auth one is no fun without nano. So I will say, let me look real quick, make sure I'm talking about the right one before I say what I'm about to say. Basic auth. Yeah, so I will say the basic auth one I did not create. I can't. I don't think it's a bad challenge. I really don't. But I do think there's some room for improvement on certain things. But I do think DefBox did a great job. I get what you're saying, though. All right, I don't understand what that's doing at all. The stage 2 binary is executed automatically. I mean, the only thing I can think of is, can I go here and download this? I don't understand. Is that what they're telling me to do? Because if we don't have the stage 2 binary, I thought no text error was the challenge. That's honestly, that's not a bad thought. Look at it that way. My guess, if I had to guess, right? If I had to guess, would be that because I know it's a Docker container, right? Most likely they just didn't install it all in the pre-config of the Docker file. That would be my guess. Are the base words within the hash on my bad? It's not like one for Santa. Give me one sec. Which one? The Santa lost his password? Is that which one you're talking about? Also, I can't. What would you do in a real pen test? I can't tell you. The heck is that not download? Okay, does that not exist? Don't think it exists. Okay, it does. It's just taking forever. But yeah, I can't tell you guys. That's part of the challenge. Keep that in mind. Okay, that just took forever. So I was just supposed to download it. Like, what the hell? Why wouldn't they just put it on here? Doesn't help that I'm going back and forth, but. Okay, it creates a zip file. Let's go down here. Scroll down. Come on. There's the program. Let's see if anybody. Okay, so I will start giving. We got an hour and a half left. There's some big points left. I'll give a hint. The Santa requires, again, real world thinking and requires some OSINT isn't the right word, but kind of OSINT. Okay, when I say that, keep in mind the hint I'm giving is the 3 suggested passwords are, when I say suggested, they're the ones that were found in a breach earlier. They are hints. They are not the password. So if you're just trying to use those as a password, they are not the password. Jake, I also a hint. I wouldn't give up on the Grinch too much. You are on the right track. It's good to take step away though. I get that 100%. Okay, so what were we doing here? Temporary folder created. Collected files.zip. Okay, so we just had to download it, which is stupid on my part. What's the name of the C2 server where the stage 2 binary tries to upload the files? Okay, well then, let's see where it tries to upload them. There it is. Anonymous c2.thm/upload. Complete that. Okay, Kubernetes defer. Okay, learn about Kubernetes, learn about defer, learn about Kubernetes and defer. Okay, perfect. All right, how's everyone coming on the CTF? Let me check the leaderboards here. Oh boy, we've got some changes here. We got an interesting race here. Yo, J Function, can you send me a quick snippet, like 2 seconds, a quick snippet of how you did the exfil needed challenge? Just curious if you did it the same way he did. Show? I can't show it at this point. We're deep into it. Okay. Last thing I'm going to allow, because I told people when we started this, stay in the YouTube stream if you want hints, right? if anybody, I'm not going to give any hints, but if anybody's feeling generous, keep in mind, it's up to you guys. If anybody's feeling generous, you can drop any hints you want only on the forensics challenges. In the YouTube chat, you guys can drop hints on the forensics challenges if you want. I'm not going to give hints on it. You guys can. You're null. I can't give you too much information, but keep grinding, boy. Keep grinding. Also, before we're almost an hour and a half left, how's everyone enjoying it so far? Is everyone actually enjoying themselves? I know it's frustrating at times, right? But is everyone at least enjoying the challenges? And I will pull up the cat one. Ramp cat is what I'm assuming you're. So there is Zerzex. I don't know why you submitted so many of the same one, but there is a lot of people that completed the ramp cat challenge. So if anyone is in the chat and wants to help, by all means they can. Fun? Good. 4 a.m. I understand. Narco, are you learning anything? Hopefully you are. Let's see. So I'm just going to throw the names out. If they want to help, they can. But Command, Exploit, Masked Artist, Zerzex, Ice, Avert Lube, I don't even know. TR57, Default, and Module Farmer all have completed the Ramp Cat Challenge. And there have been a lot of questions on that one. So if you guys want to help, feel free. That's up to you guys if you want to help them. All right, we got a hint. No, Evert Lubert. Okay. I'm old. I don't know what Evert Lubert is, but I'm sure he's a great guy. Okay, back in the day, it's very common for companies or organizations to use monolithic architecture when building their applications. A monolithic architecture is an application built as a single unit, a single code base, and usually a single executable deploys a single component. For many companies, this works and still does to this day. However, for some companies, the style of architecture was causing problems, especially when it came to scaling. The problem is that if one of the single parts of the application needs scaling, the whole application needs scaled with it. So, what do? Come in microservices. Let's see what we got over here with Evert Lubert. I appreciate that, Evert Lubert. Kind words. Okay, microservice architecture was adopted by companies like Netflix. All right. So, talked about Kubernetes. Now we're talking about digital forensics and incident response. Basically, digital forensics and incident response in Kubernetes. Deeper can be a lot of fun. It's easy to feel like a digital detective, analyze the crime. It's very common that a container will have very short lifespan. Okay. %70% of containers live less than 5 minutes. That's actually an interesting stat. I wouldn't have guessed it that short. What can we do about that? Well, not to worry. It just means that we have to expand our digital detective tools. Okay, following the cookie crumble. Let's start an investigation as mentioned before. Some of the log sources would disappear as their sources, like pods, are ephemeral. Let's see this action. Let's see this in action first. On the VM, open a terminal. Okay. And start Kubernetes mini cube start. It will take roughly 3 minutes for the cluster to configure itself and start. You can verify the cluster is up and running. Blah, blah, blah. I'm glad everybody's enjoying themselves. That's all I really care about. As you guys know, I don't make money off this stuff. I don't do the ask for donations and all that stuff. But if you guys feel so inclined, in the description of the YouTube is the Patreon. I recommend doing that rather than just donating, unless you just want to, because you get a whole plethora of new videos and things like that I upload, plus one-on-ones and all that stuff. But if you'd rather just donate or do nothing, don't do anything. But there's also the Streamlabs in there where you'll get a shout out on here and everything like that, just like a normal stream. So if you guys want to, feel free. Don't feel obligated. I do all of this just because I enjoy it. It's got nothing to do with money or anything like that. So, is the flag case sensitive? Which one? None of them. Some of them are. Some of the lower level ones. Trav, I appreciate that. Appreciate the support. Is the flag case sensitive? If you, like I said before, if you send me the flag on Discord, I will tell you if it's right. For my first real CTF, not like Hackbox and try hacking, this is really fun. Good, Conjure, I appreciate that. Yeah, they're CTF competitions, and for me are a lot more fun because I like to compete. So, is the ramp cat a city format? So there's a word that it's looking for, and it doesn't matter what you put before or after it. Santa on E. Can you need to send it to me privately, the flag that you got. Do not put them in here, please. Okay, let's check the scoreboard. I'll tell you, the scoreboard has not moved in quite some time at this point, so we are pretty stuck. But I will tell you, there is quite a bit. The Santa one is the flag case sensitive. Well, like I said, send me the flag and I'll tell you if it's correct or not. But no, it should be case insensitive. Or actually, no, that one I think is case sensitive, and it is because it's a password, so it should be exact. But if you're having trouble putting it in, by all means, let me know. Default, I'm going to be 100% honest. I don't even know where you got that flag. I have no idea. I think you're just guessed, if I'm being honest. But okay, so we went ahead, started our container. Said I couldn't do anything with the exfil needed tasks. Well, we're going to cover them at the end. Default, can you send me what you're doing? You tried the Kubernetes challenge half hour ago. Nice or naughty was pull back. You had this problem too. What? No, not only the first is getting a reward. I don't know what you mean. That you tried the challenge half hour ago and naughty or nice had this problem. I haven't had any problems. I just been replying for the CTF, so haven't been looking at it. By the way, another hint I'll give you guys is if you're trying to use AI to do the hashing like Default was doing, it's not even in the ballpark. He's just throwing information into AI and hoping it'll give him the hash. AI cannot do that. I mean, it could, or it can, but it's not going to do what you want. Okay. But yeah, you're not even close as far as that goes. I would stop using AI to do that. Whoops, I don't know what I just did. Yeah, default's out here spraying AI, thinking it's gonna do something. I'll wait when you check nods. Tech in if they are all running. Oh, okay. All right, so let's go back. I just started. I don't even know what we're doing. Okay, mini cube. Let's just copy this. Okay, looks like they're all running. It'll take roughly 3 minutes. So did you wait the full 3 minutes? That might be what happened. If all the pods are up and running based on their status, you're ready to go. This will take another 2 minutes since we know that the web application was compromised. Okay. So let's connect to the pod. Let's see if we can recover any logs. All right. Well, let's check the access logs. Nothing. Damn. Sad their investigation hits a bit of a brick wall here. Okay. Firstly, because the pod was configured using a port forward, we don't see the actual IP that was used to connect. Yep. That sucks. Also, we still don't fully understand how the web shell found its way into the pod. However, we've rebooted the cluster. We rebooted the cluster and the web shell was present, meaning it must live within the actual image of the pod itself. So this means we investigate the Docker image. Yep. So exit Docker PS for process, or let's see what's running. So we got port 22. Okay. So 10 minutes twice waited, of course. Interesting. All right, how's everybody doing? Why is that? Because there's no logs. The log's empty. It's a container, so it's spinning up, shutting down, spinning up, and every time it spins back up, the logs are removed. So now we're looking at Docker PS. Okay, let me make this bigger so that you can actually see it. Okay, boom, that's good enough. Okay, you can see here's the actual Docker container. There's another Docker container. Okay, so we got 2 containers running. Let's connect to the instance to see if we have any logs. Okay, which one are they connecting to? Oh my god. What? Oh my god, what? Which Docker are we connecting to, though? Well, it doesn't matter because it says here that Docker, we have to check the Docker logs. So let's check Docker logs. Let's check this container first. It doesn't really matter at this point. Okay. Yo, Kobe, what's up, brother? Okay. Okay. So let's try the other one because it looks like, oh no, there's some GET requests in there. No, so we'll say Docker PS. Docker PS. We'll grab this one because this is the one that's actually the Minikube. The other one is just the entry point. It's just pushing 5,000. I don't know what's on that port, but okay. There's the logs for starting the container. Okay, interesting. Now we have something we can use. These logs have been pulled for you and are stored in the home. Oh, well, no wonder. They already pulled the logs for us. So the ones they want us to look at are already here. Okay, so we need, where are they? Defer. Artifacts. Okay, cat Docker registry. We want to just look at the top. head. We'll cut the delimiter of a space, first field only, and we get IPs. Okay. Easy enough. Most connections to our registry is made from the expected IP of 172. Nope. Oh, we're just at the lower part. Which is not unknown. Let's find all the requests made by that IP. I didn't know it's because the log's empty. I terminated the machine when it was all working. Afterwards, problem started. Okay, didn't want to interrupt here. Only. Oh, Merry Christmas to you, man. You're not interrupting at all. The whole point is we're just kind of passing time because the CTF is going on right now. So there's about 20 people doing a competition right now that I'm hosting. And we are. Ooh, the scoreboard changed. What did he solve? Okay, going back. Man, nobody has gotten into the box yet, which is interesting. So, okay, when 1 hour hits, when 1 hour is left, I will give you guys another hint on the box. But keep in mind, it's not that hard. That's a big hint. All right. Okay, what are we doing? So cat docker. So we're looking for the registry logs. There's 1 more hour. Yep, there's 1 more hour. Well, there's 1 hour and 6 minutes. So how do you force it to check? There's a check button. So if you're using the SSH container, there's a check button. So we're grepping. There's all the logs for it. Perfect. Okay. If we review the first few requests, which we can just go up and review them. Maybe. There we go. Okay, looks like they're git commits. We also notice the user agent in the request is Docker. Yep, correct. Docker client. Let's see when that changes. Docker client, Docker client, Docker client. Okay, Docker client. It's going to change at some point, right? Okay. What we got? Scythe. Let me see. He just asked if the Jenkins challenge is down. I will restart it. Thank you for telling me, and tell me if it does not fix it. Okay. Someone probably crashed it. Give me a sec. I restart it. It'll take a second to spin back up, and we'll check it. Thank you for that, for letting me know. I'll do my best to compete. If every day I'm given 10 to 14 on trying, can you give me a rough estimation when I'll ready to compete these competitions? You can compete anytime you want, man. It's not one of those competitions that's super serious, right? Like you would be fine in it. Okay, Jenkins is back up and running, so let me know if you have any other issues on it. All right. Yeah, someone probably Someone probably crashed it. Also, Lattice, make sure you are paying attention to the scope of the boxes. Do not use SSH on the ports that say do not use them. Okay, what was I doing here? This confirms receive several requests to download, and from this we learned several things. Okay. Sorry, but I have to go. It was fun to do the challenges. Gonna watch live back when I get up. See you guys. See you, Conjure. Appreciate you, buddy. We'll let you know how you did. We can verify this by narrowing down our search to a patch. Okay, so what they're doing is they're trying to check if the Docker container was manipulated is all they're trying to do. Okay, it looks like there was 2 patches pushed. So this is not good. It means that malware could have pushed a new version of our image, obviously. Crashed again. Jenkins crashed again. No, it's not a bug. Someone's probably trying to do something and crashing it. The only reason I know it's not a bug is because nobody else was having this issue, and it's been up and running for about a week with no issues. Yeah, so somebody crashed it again. I will restart the service again. Whoever is doing whatever they're doing, please, that's not the right way to do whatever it is you're trying to do. So please don't do that. Could also be that all of you are trying to do the same thing at once. But give it just a second. We'll get it up and running again. Yep, it is loading. If you are trying to do something to it, just wait. Give it time to actually start up before you do it, because you're not going to get the flag that way anyway. Worst case, I can spin up a different instance of the same image, and we can do it that way. Like I said, you guys can give as many clues as you want for yourselves right now, for forensics only. Okay. Okay, so it looks like the attack happened. Okay, Jenkins is back up. Please keep me posted if it crashes again. Okay. Skitty was made aware that malware was given user access to the naughty or nice Kubernetes environment, but was assured that DevOps that he wouldn't have sufficient permissions to view secrets. First thing we should do is make sure this is the case. So we gotta check his roles. How many have done Jenkins? I'll tell you in just a sec. Uh-oh. There's Mayor User. Let's see. How many have done Jenkins? Just one. Wow. Jake, you've got that title, buddy. which is surprising. I thought that was an easy one too. You knocked that out really fast too. I thought that was a pretty easy one. Let's see. Okay, it said I had a message and then it wasn't there. Okay, interesting. Okay, so now we're looking at the roles. McSkitty then sees a role binding name after mayor malware. Yep. Shocker. Describe role binding mayor. Uh-oh. User is mayor malware. Things I've been having issues for a while. I probably should have said something sooner. Yeah, it would have been nice because I could have restarted it, but it sounds like nobody else was on it, or else it would have someone else would have reported it, I would think. Keyword is I would think. Okay, so now describe role mayor. Okay, so now from the output you can see the role or mayor user. This is bound to the mayor malware. Ski then checks his role to see the permissions it has, and therefore what mayor malware has. Okay, looks like role binding, role based access authorization, Kubernetes. Okay, so okay, the output tells McSkitty something very important. A lot of permissions listed here, as you would expect for a non-admin user. Kubernetes environment, all those except for the permissions associated with pods exec. Boom, create get list. Allows the user to shell into the containers running within a pod. That's a problem. This gives McSkitty an idea of what mayor malware might have done. To confirm her suspicion, she checks the audit logs for mayor malware's activity. Okay, so now we're looking. Now we actually have the information. We can look. Okay, there we go. We can see it. We can see verb, user, username, mayor malware, blah blah. Okay. After being denied, oh, here we go. This log snippet tells us that mayor malware attempted to get secrets stored on the cluster, but received a 403 response. Yep. Which, if you look, if we actually, should probably make this big screen. That'll make lives a lot easier. There we go. Okay. That will make life a lot easier. Okay. Okay, user agent perfect event is forbidden. There's your 403 error. Okay. Okay. Cat audit log grep get roles. After being denied secret access, mayor malware then started snooping to see what roles were present in the cluster. Whilst running the previous get roles command, mayor malware will found a role named job runner. These logs tell us that mayor malware then described this role, which would have given him a piece of information. Not knowing this role can review secrets, mayor malware tried to find its role binding to see what was using this role. After seeing a role binding named job runner binding, mayor malware described it and found out this role is bound to a service account named job runner. Okay. Here we can see that mayor malware, now armed with the knowledge that the service account has permissions he needs, lists all the pods running, named with the Kubernetes get pod command. Mayor malware described the pod as a morality checker. Okay. He then would have found out that this pod runs with the job runner service account. meaning that if he were able to gain access to pod, he gets access to the secret read. Perfect. Again, guys, people are having trouble with the ramp cat. If anyone wants to assist, feel free. You guys are welcome to assist. Did you get it, latest? Finally? Yep, we're at 1 hour in. Good call, Jake. I did forget to. So we're at 1 hour in. Yeah, probably unintentionally DDoSing it. Is it down again? Let me know. I will restart it again. It's not a very big container. So the hint for the final box with 1 hour remaining, guys, is the fact that you have the username. That was the hint I gave you earlier. It's in the thing. The username is Grinch. I will tell you that. It's in the context. You got the username. So with that username, if you guys did any enumeration, you know there's really only one port that you can use it on. That is your hint. As mentioned in the role exec, is permission usually not included in a non-admin role? That doesn't help. How does that not help? Jake, think it through. You sent me 2 possibilities. I just eliminated one. There's only one possibility left. No, the Scrooge McDuck, the challenges will not be open. One of them I'm considering not going through because I want to. Yeah, don't do try hack me for 14 hours a day because you'll just be trained to. I don't know the right word for it, but you won't be trained to actually do any critical thinking. Is there a guessing factor here? That could be another hint. I will say, guessing is not the right word. We'll say educated guessing can be the correct way. But it shouldn't be a complete guess. There is... I'm not going to say too much more. Okay, what am I doing? What's the name of the web shell that was used by Mayor Malware? Where even was I? Yeah, you can do whatever you want for 14 hours a day. I used to do cyber for 14 hours a day. It's just a short-term thing. You can't do it permanently. I mean, I still do it for probably 10 to 12 hours a day, but that's because I'm obsessed with it. And it's fine. Like, it's not unhealthy, but you have to also take your mental health and do workout and, you know, go outside. Like, you can't do that every single day or else you will literally just burn out and then be okay. Okay, what were we even doing here? The first question was what web shell was he using? Is that right? Well, shelly.php is what it looks like. What file did Mayor Malware read from the pods? I was just going through this. I don't even know if I looked. Again, another hint. Do not... I will give you that Grinch is lower. all lower. I don't remember what I was going to say. Something about do not, whatever you do, treat this as a try hack me or hack the box CTF where you think you're just going to go boom, boom, done. Okay. Think about, Jake, you're a pen tester. Here's a hint. Think about a real pen test. How do you, I don't want to say start because you obviously start with recon. You're past that. What is one of the first things you're going to do as far as this goes? I'm trying to word it correctly. Right? And this is why I tell people to hop in the YouTube stream and be active, because these are the kind of hints you can get just by asking questions. What was even the... I've been doing the same box for like an hour. That should be taking me like 20 minutes because I'm not even sure what I'm doing. What file did Mayor Malware read from the pod? Okay. Where do we even see Shelly? What did he read? I don't even remember what the hell I'm doing. Okay, there's who am I. Okay. Well, didn't they say we have to... terminate session in the pod using a fortunate skitty. Okay, so they're already in there. We're in here. There's nothing in here. Okay. Here we can see that most of the connections to our registry was made. Now we're getting somewhere. If we review the first request, you can see that several authentication tips, but also, and we're asked what file he read. Okay. Okay. 403 sponsor. Okay. And then found out that the pods run with job runner. Okay. As mentioned, especially not. Okay, so this is the one we need to run. Ideally. Okay. Resource secrets. I think not. I'll say that. I can appreciate what you're saying, but any pen tester probably starts with this or probably does this during their pen test. Maybe not on the port that you're thinking. What am I even looking for? I'm looking for what file he read. Is that right? Is that what it said? What file? What file did Mayor Malware read from the pod? Here we see if we can see Mayor Malware is now able to run get commands on the secrets to list them. You can see he has indeed been escalating his privileges. Okay. Scroll up. Start at the beginning. Okay. Username, job runner, service account. Yep. Secrets, namespace, Wareville. So these are the secrets that it was using. Can we get weird flex hint? Yeah, let me see what I can give you. The hint I will give you is that this is more of a typical CTF style challenge, and I will give you that it is, you guys have probably guessed it, which is why I'll give it to you, but it is steganography. That's a big hint. Okay, what file the mirror malware read from the pod? Okay, we're way back here. What am I even doing? Okay. Okay, I don't know if they're trying to get us to see it from here. Maybe I'm just... Where was it? Oh, this is in the... But they said it was... There's no logs in here, I thought. That's what's throwing me. Yeah, there's no logs in there. Okay. Okay, it's pod Apache 2 access logs, that's why. Okay, there we go. So, who am I ls, cd, which plus netcat, so... Now it asks, which file did malware? Is this it? Nope. Which file did malware read from the pod? db.php. Okay, that makes more sense. I was going off what they said. What tool did malware use? Search for that could be used for remote connection. That's netcat. Okay, now we're back on track. What IP connected to the Docker registry? That was unexpected. Okay, they even tell you here. So let's get to okay. Come on. There we go. Well, probably this one. At what time is the first connection made from this IP to the Docker registry? Well, let's go back to where we were. Go right here. Just grab that. Look for the first one. Whoa, scrolled back. Okay. Okay, so here is the time. Hopefully, no, it needs the plus 0000 after. At what time is the updated malicious image pushed to the... okay. Well, this is... We can just go back up and get the push one. All right, what time is the... Is it up? Did you ever play National Cyber League? I have played it, yes. Long time ago, though. I do a lot of military exercises, and those usually do a lot of my yearly CTF stuff. I also do the Tournament of Champions for Net Wars a lot. I do that each year. I say each year. There's been years I haven't, but okay, what was I doing? Uploads. What time? Well, it's one of these two. Don't even have to. Oh, that's the other one, which is 28, I believe. Was the value stored in the polls, creds, secrets? No. Why is the value stored in the poll, creds, secrets? Well, we can just go right here. This is the final piece of the puzzle, right? Maybe. Clicked enter. Mr. Nice. Is it asking for the... Yep, it wants the full contents. They weren't playing. They want the full contents. All right, so we've got 2 more days to go here. We've got 35 minutes left in the CTF. How's everyone feeling? 35 minutes left. I won. Oh, nice. Very nice. Hey, I'd rather be lucky than good. You say by some miracle. Luck beats skill every day of the week. All right, scoreboard is a changing. I still can't believe people aren't. People are starting to peter out a little bit as far as the actual answers. Okay, we're gonna. Opening password is impossible unless we know or can find the password. Thank you. Oh, these are just the top 15 most commonly used passwords. Oh, I got it in the. So we can do the fun Prevesc stuff. You should drop the flag for the box. Well, if I drop the flag, instead of guess the password, so we can do the fun Prevesc stuff. So at a half hour, if everyone is okay with it, I will give you guys the password, and then you guys can try and do the Prevesc, but nobody's getting points for that. So it's up to you guys. Now, when I say it's up to you guys, keep in mind, if you're behind, that would be a big one to get, because you'd be the only one that can get in. Let me start this one. So it's up to everybody here. If everybody wants me to drop the password for the account, I'll do it. But keep in mind, nobody's getting points for that. Yeah, for Grinch box. Crack the hash stored in hash1.txt. Okay. Does that mean you guys want to? I don't understand. One person said, is that for Grinch box? One said yippee, and then one said okay. Yeah, you say it's okay. I want to make sure everybody that's behind thinks it's okay, because they're the ones that have to try and get some points. Put you out of your misery. It'll be a half hour. It's up to you guys. Do it? Okay. Let me remove the points for that. Okay, so I'm just going to make the flag worth 0. So you can put it in if you want to. Doesn't really matter. If you put it in, that's fine, but it's going to be 0. So you're not going to get points for that. All right, so the Grinch's password is going to make you mad, but it is capital W I lowercase INTER 2024 exclamation point. Every pen test ever should be guessing the season, the year, with an exclamation point. It is the most commonly used password around the world on rotating passwords. That is Grinch's password. So now you guys can SSH into there. Keep in mind, you're all going to do it at the same time. So and then you can try and Prevesc for the next 30 minutes. Jake, I'm going to assume as a pen tester, you've probably guessed those passwords multiple times. If someone didn't hear that, I'll put it in the Discord chat as well. You did that? I don't think you did. Oh, did it without the exclamation point. If you remember, or not remember, but if you look, I told you it was easy, right? I wouldn't lie to you. If you look, you just need the exclamation point. You're there, man. I told you to keep doing what you're doing. You had it. I knew you had it. You were right there the whole time. But the good news is, Jake, that you validated exactly what I said, that as a pen tester, you knew that. You already knew that, right? I bet you give yourself a few days and you try it. Give yourself a couple hours. It's a little tougher to do, right? Okay, so where is it in AOC? Are we just cracking it with this one, or? Which one are we doing here? Hash1.text. Well, yeah, I probably need to do. Is this working for you? For me? Are you asking me? I will tell you, you guys are probably, well, I can't tell you because I can't see the thing. Who is in the Discord asking a question? Because I can't see the names in the Discord without taking streamer mode off. Which I can do, but yes, it is working for me. I just validated. And it is publicly facing, so yes, JFunction, it is working, and I'm just gonna tell you guys now, I'm not giving any more clues because at this point I've given everything. I've even given you the username and password. It is working. I will tell you that. The other reason I can't give you the clues, JFunction, is because you are one of the contenders. So I have to give people who are up there or who are behind you a chance to catch up. And this is an opportunity for them if you can't figure it out. Yep, absolutely, man. What was I doing? Oh, of course, this guy's name is Mayor Malware 1900. Oh. Did I spell it wrong? Oh, that's just the completion. Okay, what was I doing? Why? Okay. First step in security would be trying a long password. I didn't read any of this module, so your command should be something like John format hash format rules word list. Okay. Okay, so now it'd be John show, and it was what? Hash 1. Oh, didn't crack it. Okay. Now we got to go read it. Unfortunately. Okay. Demonstration. Enough learning. The interaction is shown in the terminal below. Hash 1, Python hash ID. Okay, so first step in the approach is figure out the hash function. Then we'll try to figure out okay. So first we got a cat hash 1 dot text for no reason. Then we say Python hash ID dot py hash. Now we can copy it and paste it. Hopefully it doesn't take that extra space. Possible hash is SHA-256, probably most likely. We'll change the word list here. And we'll change it to word list.text. Let's see. No, it didn't turn. Okay. Are we supposed to use that? Or are we supposed to use the... Okay, no, we got to put some rules on it. Okay. Again, get rid of this. Let's see what we get. Nothing. All right. Where is... Okay. Now, glitch to discover malware's password used on the breached online forums. Great. Although there's a high chance that the password will be used to access the first thing you need to do is convert the password protected file into a format that John can attack. Luckily, the John the Ripper Jumbo Edition comes with necessary tools. Okay. Okay, that's the PDF to John, though. We're still working on this. Are we supposed to do the... I mean, it could be the Hovel 56, too, but... We can do Rock You and see. Oh, let's see if that's it. I don't know why they'd put a word list in here. All right, we got 20 minutes. Let's check this leaderboard while that's cracking. Okay, Fluffy Cat 12. Okay, so they did want you to use Rock You. I thought they gave us the word list on purpose. Okay, so let's check the scoreboard. Whoa, we've got some real movement here. We got some real movement. This is a close one. This might come down to a, hold the phone. Okay, now we're cooking. Was the flag at the top of the private PDF file? Okay, so now we gotta do the PDF crack. Okay, so we'll say PDF to John .p1 private PDF not ODF PDF .hash Okay, now we're in. Now we just say now this is where they give us the word list. Okay. No password hash is loaded, so there's nothing in it. What the hell? P1 private PDF. Maybe because I did this. Clown. Nope. Let's see. PDF to John should be in here if you want me to do it. Let's do this. I can't tell if that's an L. Maybe that's an L. Yep, it was an L. I'm sure of it. Then you just go to Mayor Malware. Where's the flag at the top of it? Cat. What even was it? Private PDF or something? Ah, crap, I didn't. Cat private PDF. Okay, so I have to actually open it. The following command to convert it to text file so you can read it in the. Do they even have that in here? Okay, so PDF to text. Okay, so we say, and the password is, what the fuck was it? Mayor, some bullshit. Oh, great, I gotta recrack it. Okay, so we'll just leave that for now. Say ls cat PDF. We'll just do this. Latest, you got it finally. If you did get root, please message me privately. Please message me privately. Because I may have to restart the instance, and I want to know if I need to. I shouldn't need to. It shouldn't really matter, but I want to make sure the way you did it so that I can. Okay, this one is. Okay, I need this. Now it's. Give me this thing. Maybe I need to literally type out password. Well, I had the password and it said nothing. Well done on root. Okay, no, I understand that you're lattice. You're not. I'm asking you how you did it. You just sent me a screenshot of a command you ran. I'm asking, tell me the steps you did so I know if I need to redo the box. Why is that not doing anything? Oh, it is. Okay, my bad. It was creating it. Whoops. Okay, and then what is the flag at the top? Do not get caught. Or what? Yeah, that works. No, I just wanted to make sure that you didn't do anything else because then we can. You get it. Then people can still do it. Is my point. Okay, we've got 12 minutes left. How's everyone feeling? Did someone get a flag yet? Well, there's been a lot of flags going around. Okay. Okay, and then we are on our last day of this. All right, we've got 9 minutes left, guys. 9 minutes. Also, if you guys like doing these, I can do them more than once a year. Just know that it does take time to build these out, right? I've had to build every one of these images. I've had to build all the challenges. So it does take time. So once again, do not feel obligated. I only say this because some people do want to support. And as you guys know, I give away a lot of money and prizes in these. So if you guys feel like you want to support, the links are below. There's a Patreon where you get exclusive content, one-on-ones. And then there's the Streamlabs where you actually can just donate if you want, and it pops up on stream. Again, don't feel obligated. I just want you guys to understand that that's the way this functions. Like, I have to at least make enough money to pay back what I get put into it. So just wanted you guys to say thank you guys to you guys. Thank everyone that's participating. I think it's for me, this is a lot of fun. I like doing this. It allows me to really get better at my skills as well as, you know, you guys. So hopefully you guys enjoy it too. I know it gets frustrating when you don't know an answer. I get the same way, but also, you know, we'll keep making them more often, hopefully. Maybe we'll do 2 a year now, and you know, if I have enough time, and we'll keep going from there. All right. Okay, we're doing smart lights now. Okay, we got 8 minutes. How smart is smart? How to speak MQTT stands for message querying, queuing, telemetry, transport. Language very common in IoT. Clients, okay, I need to start a VM. Close that one then. Okay, so it looks like we're using... There will be no write-ups. So just so you know. Unless someone else is writing up the guides to it, these will be scrapped afterwards. I don't do write-ups for my CTFs for a reason, because there are years go by where I will re-implement certain ones. GG's to everybody is absolutely right. We are getting to the end of it, but we still got time. You still got 5 minutes. I'm not looking at the scoreboard until the end so that I can see. So that I can be surprised with you guys. Okay, let's run through the walkthrough SH script. Well, I need to start the VM first. There it is. Okay. Once we run it, 3 windows will pop up. The windows with the red text is the MQTT broker. The one with the blue text is MQTT client. And the third is the application UI, which we might see. Okay. Five minutes, guys. 5 minutes. Now we just gotta wait for Wireshark to start. We've got 5 minutes. 4 minutes, actually. 4 minutes. If you guys haven't, please just sub, like the comment below in the video, whatever you can to help. Keeps the channel growing. What is Mr. Robot? We're going to cover him. Is it OSINT? Nope. There's no open source intelligence necessary really. Okay, so we can open Wireshark. We're just going to applications, terminal, CD desktop, MQTT, walkthrough. Okay, and we'll say walkthrough.sh. Okay, thank you. There they all go. Okay. There you go. Since we only want to see try from MQTT, you just type MQTT. Okay, so apparently I have 2 instances left. Okay, there's the MQTT broker. Switch it on, off. Okay, once we run it, run the application on Mac mode. Okay, so let's close all windows and restart your steps. Okay, close them all. Close. 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 Oh crap, I opened another one. Okay, so this one, let's look at 1 minute left, guys. 1 minute left. So we'll close it all. I don't think I selected any. Is the problem? Nope, I did not. Okay, there's that. We'll say MQTT. Skipping steps over here. Okay, now 10 p.m. guys, it is over. You through? All right. Well, that's loading up. Let's go through them. Okay, let's look at them. So keep in mind these results are not final. Keep that in mind because there's still oh boy, there is still the quiz that's going to be added. So let me add up the quiz points before I give it to you guys because it is close. Okay, so who won the quiz? Does everyone remember? I'm going to hop in the Discord also. Let's see who else is in here. I'm just going to unmute my mic. All right, guys, I'm unmuting my mic in the Discord. So you're going to want to make sure you have the both streams open. So who won the quiz? Does anybody remember? I have it. I'm just seeing if anybody remembers. I'm just adding up the final tally or the final points with the thing. Okay, so I'm going to post in here the breakdown of the quiz points. Okay, so you guys can see my screen. I'll wait for everybody to see my screen. You destroyed the box. Okay, so Null won the quiz. You are correct. So Null gets 40 points, right? So this is the breakdown. You remember I said it could be up to 50. This is the breakdown of the quiz. I told everyone they need to be here on time for the quiz for a reason, right? So here's the quiz. So here is your leaderboard. Okay, here's your leaderboard. Keep in mind also, these are not finalized. Oh, after the comp ended. Keep in mind, these are not finalized, meaning I have to go back and I will investigate, make sure there was no cheating, nothing like that, because there is ways to cheat, stuff like that. So, all right. When I say there's ways to cheat, there's not fun ways, but you can't see because you're not in the YouTube stream. All right. So these are the final placements. Okay. So let's start with the tallies. Okay. Because I showed you this, right? So we'll go through. Etsy shadows no more. Well, that's all right because it's just a Docker container. I can just spin it back up and it'll be the exact same. So null F13NDM anonymous. Whoops. I'm getting you guys your results. Jake Blackism. Caster 0976. Deloy Johnson. Ice 550. TR57. Scrooge McDuck. Masked Artist. Zerzex. Amino. Hassan 04. J function. Okay, so these are our results of top 5 GGs. All right, so these are the results of the test. So that means we have to take those points and add them here. So J function, his total ending score, 433. Null's total ending score 443, which means Null ends up winning it with the, you hope your math was right, with the 443. Now, Jake gets an extra 31 points, so he ends up with 408? 408. All right, 31, yeah, 408. Scythe is F1 in 3, whatever. Okay, so Scythe is 182. He gets an extra 37 points. So this will just be easier. So 182 plus 37, 219. Okay, Anonymous ends with 165. 165 plus 34 equals 199. Blackism, 70 plus 28 is 98. Caster, I don't know who Caster is in here. So Caster 0976, who's that in here? And Deloy Johnson, I don't know who that is in here either. Ice, I don't see you in here either. TR57, oh, I see Ice, sorry. Ice 95 plus 19. $114, 114. TR57 ends with 130. 130 plus 16 is 146. Scrooge McDuck, I don't know who you are in here either. All right. Masked Artist, 75 plus 10 is 85. Zerzex, 85 plus 7 is 92. Holy Throw, he says. Keep in mind, you're still there, man. Okay. I will have to start the I will have to restart the, I told you guys that quiz was going to be important. I told everybody be there early. It was going to be a big deal. Keep in mind, it was only weighted at about 10%. Okay, and then Ameno, I don't know who that is. And then Hassan, I think Hassan was default, but I don't know that. So I'll wait till they confirm that. Only top 3 get prizes. So right now, here is the order we have for winners. We have Null 443 as our winner. We have J Function as our second place. And then we have Jake as our third place. Keep in mind, I will have to go back and validate, only because we've had cheaters in the past. That's the only reason. Once I go back, check the logs, validate everything, then we will go through. Sorry, I'm just getting people pinging me about like what their oh, hopefully I didn't just do something I shouldn't have. What their actual name in here was, so that way I can correlate it. Okay, so then we have Deloy Johnson was Ever Lubert, 65 plus 22 is 87. Okay. So we've got for our there we go. For our top 3, they remain the same. Our top 3 is Null, then J Function, then Jake's. So once I go back, it'll be a day or two. I'll go back, I'll validate the logs, make sure nobody cheated. Again, I don't think any of you did. Then I will reach out to you guys and get you guys your prizes. Again, the way the prizes work, because like last year, the big prize, the person at the top didn't want. So if that's the case, it can go to the second person, but I usually give someone an equivalent. For instance, this is not the prize, but for instance, if I said, hey, do you want a Security Plus voucher? And the person said, I already have Security Plus, I will get an equivalent, right? So that's why I don't list prizes, because sometimes people say, hey, I don't want that. And if that's the case, cool, no problem. So we will give the first person their pick, second person their pick, then third person. Awesome job, guys. Awesome job. Quick question, genuine question. How many of you think, genuinely, if I didn't give you the password, that you guys would have figured it out? Narcos is not you. Okay. No, really. So I will. It's kind of a maybe not in the time. I can understand that. It's not in any of your word lists, so that's why I put it in there. Because I want it to be a learning experience for everybody too. This is one of the most commonly used passwords in the world. And it's something that should be in every person's, not in their word list. Keep in mind, there's a difference between a password crack list and a password guess list. Okay? A password crack list, if you get a hash or something, your list should be millions of passwords. When you are password spraying, which in this case would be what it is, and Jake is a pen tester, he can tell you, almost always you should be password spraying your entire pen test if you have valid usernames. And you should be password spraying them where you have, hey, every half hour, depending on their lockout policy, all that stuff, every half hour, whatever, I will password spray with one common password against every user they have, right? That is one of the most common passwords. The season, the year, exclamation point. Always. What are the prizes anyway? So it depends on what the first person and second person take, Jake. And that's, so what I mean by that is, it could be, like I said, if I offer a Sec Plus voucher and the person says, hey, I have Sec Plus, then you can say, okay, I don't want Sec Plus. I have no idea what that was. You disagree with that challenge? Which challenge? Which challenge are you talking about? You don't think you should be password spraying your entire pen test? I said that. I said a password spray. What are you talking about? Oh, you're saying you think because it's a password spray password that it shouldn't have been included in the challenge. I see what you're saying. You're saying because you're considering that not a password spray. I get what you're saying. So I would agree with you, except there's no lockout on this. You could have used a word list of however many passwords you wanted. You could have created a word list, which every pen tester should. You could have, if anything, it's easier than a password spray by a long shot. So while I understand what you're saying from a definitional standpoint, I disagree entirely. This should have been, well, yeah, I understand what a password spray is. You're talking about against a lot of users, right? But I'm talking about, you could have made this is a simple. So if you don't know, Jake, that's what I do. And this is a very simple, commonly used password, right? It's winter, the season, right? Since can you talk about ramp cat? We're gonna go through them all. So we're gonna go through them all now. I'll wait till it catches up and then we'll go through them all. So, well, I say we're gonna go through them all. We're gonna go through. Yeah, RampCat is a Google Map location. You guys all kept pinging me and saying you have the city, state, whatever. It was a Google Map location. It was not the coordinates that you kept saying that. By the way, Jake, where you're typing, it's very delayed. So sometimes I'm responding to you. I might be responding incorrectly because I can't. It's very delayed on my side and yours. Okay, it's not really a name of a place, more like a name of a shop. Yes, it is a specific shop. So we'll go over some of these. I don't know if I can still see the challenges because I ended it, but so, okay. So some of these, the forensics ones, you can use Google Maps to go into the shop. Yes, exactly. So you can go to Google Maps, go into the actual shop. The shop is the name for a cat, right? So it's just an OSINT challenge. Pretty much everybody got the coordinates. Just nobody was putting the building name. They were trying to do city state. Some people took it to Google Images and actually did the follow up. See, Jake, that's where I can understand your viewpoint. I disagree entirely. I think that's the problem with CTFs. They are not realistic. They are too much fun games. Like, hey, password spray, this is, or not password spray, I'm sorry. Just send rock you at this and it happens, right? Yeah, I agree to disagree. I don't think either person's wrong in any context. I think both have their places. I think sorry, I was reading his thing, but I 100% agree to disagree with you on it. It's not a hill I'll die on. I think it is a very common method. Oh, I took stream remote off. That's why I keep hearing that. But I think it is something that every person as a pen tester should be doing on a pen test. And you said you do it on pen test. Which one? A friend. Let me look. Sorry. So the flag format was there. The problem was I don't know how many people actually got it. Oh, a couple people got it. Jake got it. Yeah, the flag format was there. It's just flag and then the regular format for a flag. All right, so let's start with, we're going to start going through the challenges for the boxes because not everybody got to those. If I can find the thing, there we go. Oh, see, that's why I say it's delayed. I was talking about a different challenge. By the time I saw your comment on that challenge, I do agree that the building name should have been. Keep in mind that is the forensics challenges are challenges I did not go over. And by the way, Cloudy, this is far from an argument. This is actually one thing I really appreciate about other cybersecurity folks is this is a very valid discussion that I think is actually extremely cordial. I very much value Jake's opinion as a fellow pen tester, and I think he has valid arguments in his case as well. So, yeah, why I understand what you're saying, I disagree with that. I think these are conversations that everybody should have. I do agree with you too that the description should have been in there. The forensics challenges, I will point out, I did not create these. These were default CTFD challenges, meaning they were already in the CTFD. I reviewed them and left them. So should the description been more clear? Yes, 100%. Okay, so first one first. Who's your butler? Let's see how many people completed that one. Only Jake got this one. Okay, so Jake, if you want to, feel free to kind of give context to what you did if you want to. If not, I'll just walk through how to do it. But I'm just seeing if he's gonna say anything. If not, it's very delayed on my side, like I said. So if not, don't worry about it. All right, so I don't think he's gonna say anything. So Jenkins 2.4.4.1 actually has a CVE 2024. It came out this year, right? You can see simple page source tells me the version number. Now I know it's vulnerable. All I have to do from that point on is walk through the actual vulnerability, which is super simple. Is this what you, Jake, is this what you did? If I can find the walkthrough here. There we go. It is, but I couldn't get it to work. What do you mean you couldn't get it to work? How'd you do it then? Was it actually CVE? It was, yes. Oh, nice. Okay, fair enough. That's actually a good cheese. I respect the hell out of that. So it's the default, which is pretty funny. But there is a vulnerability out here. All you have to do for the vulnerability is you go to, let me pull up my VM for you. That's actually a good cheese. I will give credit where credit's due. That's a good cheese. So this is actually one of the easier ones. Just nobody must have found the vulnerability, which is surprising. So all you have to do here is download the you have to download the actual Jenkins client from the machine. So all you do, very simple, download it, put in the location here, and this is directly from the vulnerability. So go here, copy, go back to the VM, put, there it is. You download the Jenkins client, and take out the extra, if you can make it work. And it does work, I'll tell you that, because oh, you got to actually do it right. I'm an idiot. You got to use the Java. Can't just do it that way. So you got to use Java. And like I said, this is directly from the exploit site. And all you're doing here is downloading the client that is already basically set up for you. If you can actually get it. But anyway, you get this Jenkins client, which you can download anywhere, which is how Jake found it, because he just installed Jenkins on his local system, which is actually kind of a genius idea. Once you get that, right, you go to that Jenkins client. So if I just go, whoops, I went back one extra. If I just go into Jenkins, which is, if I can find it, just go into Vuln Docker, which is not that one, Vuln Hub. God dang it, I keep going to the wrong one because I keep typing. Okay, so there's Jenkins. You just use the Jenkins client, which is what interacts with Jenkins. And from there, it's super easy. There's my Jenkins client. Now I can run the command. All I'm doing here is running the command directly from it. And then I have to put a command in there. I didn't put a command. And that command is that help one. So all you got to do here is say, hey, this help one here, You can put whatever you want here. So what do you think we're going to put? At Etsy pat. Okay, I typed, it didn't do anything. At Etsy password, right? Because we want to read the Etsy password file. Oh, I'm not sudo. Make me root. Run the same thing. Gotta actually have Java, not Ava, because Ava is not a word. And then I gotta go to the right directory. Is it not in here? Okay, well, if I can... Oh, it's in CVE. And if I can get it to work, you can just basically run whatever you want onto it. But you have to change the port, which is what I'm messing up, because it has to be the actual admin port. 8000. And then when you run it on the admin port, you get the Etsy password file. You don't have to download it. That's just the easiest way to interact with Jenkins. It literally has a Jenkins client. You can do anything you want. I mean, anything that'll interact with Java, you can make it do it. But and then you can see it will pull that. It'll pull whatever file you want. So I could have just put a flag there if I wanted, but then nobody would have got it. You can pull any flag or any file you want, but next time I'll just put a flag. But then the only reason I didn't put a flag is because then you have to put the location. So then it's kind of like you're kind of hinting that, hey, you can actually just do a file inclusion type attack, which I didn't really want to do. I didn't want to hint at that, but either way. All right. The defense, most of you got the basic auth, right? Let me look. Last I checked, most of you got it. Because it went down. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's like 6 or 7 of you that got the basic auth. Now that I know that you just cheesed it though, Jake, I think you're 100% right. I should have just put a flag in there. Because I didn't even think about someone doing that. Okay, the basic auth. Was anyone stuck in the basic auth? Because it felt like most of you got through it pretty quickly once you figured it out. Okay. I don't see anyone asking about it. So we'll do the Grinch box real quick because I'd have to reset it anyway when it's done. We'll do that one here in a sec. I have to reset the Grinch one because Jake said he destroyed one of the files. I think he just said he destroyed the shadow file or something. Yeah, it's just a regular default account is what I'm saying. Was Docker copy the right way for basic auth? Yeah, so Docker was fine. what most people were messing up on the basic auth was they were editing the auth file for the machine, not for the Docker container. So we can go through that real quick because there was a lot of people confused on that. Keep in mind, this is DefBox's platform, and I still think they did a really good job. But I do think if you guys haven't seen my video on DefBox, I think they have a lot of work to do. But I think they've done a really good job with what they've accomplished. That's what you did to the shadow file? Oh, the Nginx, yeah. So there's a couple ways. You don't have to do. I understand that not having nano and stuff. So you can do whatever your name was. So didn't really matter. Okay, so once it spins up, we'll do that. But while that's going, we'll go ahead and look at the other challenges real quick, since that's going to take a second. Where is... Okay, so he said do the reverse engineering one. Reverse me, is that the one you want to do, or the Santa one? CHRF, I edit the machine, then overrode it with Docker copy since it didn't have text editors. That's fine, however you want to do it. Narco, you said let's reverse engineer. Did you want to do reverse me or the Grinch? Secret stash? All right. Secret stash. Okay. So this one, the final file. Let me just open it here because I have the final file here. I gotta move this notebook. It's driving me nuts. Okay, so there is... Where did I put it? There is finalfile.txt. So if you cat finalfile.txt, it's just a bunch of random hoopla, right? This is what you're talking about? And I know there's a huge delay. It's just a huge delay. There's not a lot I can do. Okay, so this one was actually not as hard as it looks because this is all just random text. Fun fact, if you... I know it might seem like it's not, but it's actually just random text. So all you have to do is bin walk and do the final file, and it will tell you there's actually a zip file inside here, and the zip file is called flag.txt. So now all you gotta do is bin walk and then extract final file.txt, and then you gotta run that as root somehow, which doesn't make any sense, but bin walk tac E. Or what you could do is, you can see I have wherever it is. So you can see all you have to do is extract that zip file is pretty much all you gotta do. So if you do the bin walk again, final file.txt, you just find the location, you extract that zip file, the flag.txt, it's just sitting in there. And then the flag is, I don't even know what the flag is. It's pretty, actually I do know what the flag is. It's right there. Cat flag.txt. And the flag is wowza zip file. Pretty, that one was pretty easy. The most problem people probably had was just the figuring it out that it was inside there. Weird flex, I'll cover that one next. What do you mean out? Like what algorithm he's saying? Yeah, so it was Steg Cracker. So that's probably what you were struggling with. Is a lot of people were thinking it's just a basic Steg and it needed a password. Yep, with RockU. And I'll tell you, it was the password was just Maggie, I believe. Yep. And I can tell you how I picked that. It's about a third of the way down RockU. So okay. Let's see what else we got. This one might be up. Okay, so this one's up, so we can open our SSH. So this is the basic auth one for everyone that's been asking. So the basic auth one. So if you've ever used Docker, you just say, well, you gotta learn to type first. Docker PS. Right, here's our container. Right, most of you were editing the correct file, but you were doing it on the host, not on the Docker container. So what you need to do is Docker inspect and then do it to the Nginx server. And you don't have to do this, but this is one of the ways. And what this will do is tell you what files are mounted to this. Okay, and then you can see if you go through here, there's mounted files, and it will tell you there's the mounted port, there's all this. Go through, there's the user, whatever. So what you're looking for is what file is the auth, and there it is, the root basic auth. That's the file that you're actually going to go in and mess with, where you guys were doing that, but you weren't doing it to the files that were being mounted here. And you can see there's the root basic auth admin.html, all those files. So now all you have to do is go to those files, and this is where you guys were saying, which I understand, you guys were saying basically, hey, this sucks because I can't use nano, right? So all you have to do here is do something like HT password and say, we're already in the root basic auth, but we can say root basic auth, and then we can say .ht password, and then just put your username, whatever username you want. Then the password, I'll just put password123, doesn't really matter, password123, adding password for username, right? And then all you gotta do, okay, so now we just gotta change that location in the actual file. So we can say cat nginx.conf file, and you can see here, this is where you guys, I think you said you guys were struggling because there was you couldn't get that whatever on there, but you can see here's the location, admin, blah blah. You need to change that, and that's where you can do it however you want, but you just need to add the basically that file that we just created, which is the etc nginx file, and then that puts that password on there. You're just putting a password in front of the auth. Pretty simple. You can do it multiple ways, because like you saw that Jake used base64 encoding to get it to there, but do us all a favor and never do steg again. If you've ever actually, I'll say this, if you've ever done some defensive, Jake, I just read that, by the way, so I don't know how long ago you put that. If you've ever done some defensive, I've seen some pretty clever steg getting stuff out, so I do think it's actually impressive. Yeah, you can Docker copy, you can do all kinds of stuff. There's all kinds of ways to do this, but basically you're just putting that auth in front of there. The only problem anybody had with this one that messaged me was they were doing it to the wrong file. That's all. And then once you submit it, the flag goes up there, but you gotta like minus it. It was weird. It's interesting that everybody finds it stupid, because it's actually very common. No, I don't find it fun. There was no algorithm in this one. This was just a password guess. But I do see it happen in the real world, and when I do defensive measures. So that's why it's something that I'm like, hey, you gotta actually keep up on. Okay, which other ones did we need? You guys were saying, I can't remember. Well, there's a lot of stuff I don't find fun. A good example of that is documentation. A lot of people don't find that fun. I find it super fun. Why? Because everybody else hates it. So that makes me want to be really good at it. So what some people find fun is what other people don't. Krampus was in Shadow Group. Yep. Was the flag always there? What do you mean was it there? So we can cover the Krampus one real quick just because, like I said, I said this earlier, but I didn't actually do it. I need to restart it anyway. I just need to shut it down and then I'll stand it back up. But the Grinch box. So all you had to do, if it still works, I don't know if it still works. So a lot of people were confused because they kept saying, so I just SSH in and it's not working. I told you guys port 22 is off limits. That's because that is the admin port for the box. I've seen Steg in real life, yes. I've seen people try to exfil data using Steg. Well, you can encrypt it all day long, but a lot of things are going to, when I say Steg, I've seen people do it not the way you're talking about, not using something like Steg hide. I'm saying like hide it in a way that filters will get through filters. For instance, email filters. There's ways to hide data in them to get it out. I'm not talking about like Steg hide and like just ingest it in there. No, I'm not talking about Steg hide. You're thinking of it from an algorithmic perspective. I'm talking about hiding data to pull things out. So all you're gonna do. Oh, I typed in root. My bad. Grinch at, and all you gotta do is say winter 2024. And if we can still get in, did someone change it? You said you messed up the file. I don't know if yeah, I think he completely crashed it, which is fine. When I say crashed it, he just locked it out. But basically, you log into Grinch's account, right? From Grinch's account, there's a backup file. There's a backup file that's under var backups. That backup file has Krampus's password. You pivot to Krampus. Then Krampus is part of the Shadowers group, which allows you to edit the Etsy shadow file, which means you can make the root account whatever you want the password to be. You make that root account whatever you want, and boom, you're good to go. Now, the one I am excited to walk you guys through, because I don't think what's his name ever told me how he did it. Let's see. I don't think who was the guy that got second? J Function. I don't think he ever told me how he did it, even though I asked him. Maybe he did. But the exfil needed one is still worth a lot of points because the only people that got it was, there's 4 of you: Null, Scythe, J Function, and Jakes. Now, I don't know how you all did it, because the reason I say that is I know how one of you did it because they told me, but I want to show you guys another way to do it, I should say, not the right way, because the way you guys did it worked just fine. Okay. I agree that if you're just guessing a random algorithm, yeah, but I have no problem with password encrypted files, because I've actually done that quite a bit. I've done password encryption or password encrypted files that you have to crack the password on a lot on the defensive, not just defensive, just a cybersecurity function. Yeah, the PK is supposed to be. Appreciate it, buddy. Thanks again. Thank you, J Function. I appreciate you not being frustrated and all that jazz. Just having a good time and enjoying it, and appreciate the work that goes into it, because there is a lot of work that goes into these, especially considering I have multiple careers. I serve my country. I do a lot of things. So it's not something I can just spin up in a matter of time. It takes me a lot of my effort. Okay, let me close those tabs. Okay, so this one, pretty fun one. Some people used curl. Nothing wrong with curl. Great way to do it. But this is just a blind command injection, right? So if you type ls, you really thought it was that easy, whatever, right? So you can see my command is actually saved up there. So if I go here, this is my command. So I'm saying I'm just setting the ground rules are here, right? I'm setting a variable, cat home stuffy flag text, right? Now, before we get crazy, I gotta set it up, right? So I have to go to DNS log. All right, and I'll pull it up over here. If you guys have ever used this site, you say, give me a subdomain, okay? And all I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go in here, say cat the home flag. I'm gonna base 32 encode it. The reason I base 32 encode it is because base 64 is gonna struggle with DNS. You typed copy flag. Did you get it? Because if that worked, awesome. It doesn't matter how you do it as long as it gets done. There you go. So that's why it's called exfil needed. You could exfil it however you want. You could exfil it with anything, right? So this is one way to do it. What do you mean you thought it was always there? So here, just cat home stuffy text. I base 32 encode it only because base 32 works better with DNS. That's the only reason. And then you can see I'm removing the equal signs at the end. There aren't any in this case because the flag is so short. Then all I'm doing in slookup, and I'm putting that subdomain I put in there, that subdomain, and all I'm doing is DNS exfiltrating. So go ahead and run it. Go here, and look at that. There's my flag. So the reason I use DNS exfiltration is because I have very few companies. Yeah, you can easily confirm the command injection. That's correct. Sleep command is always a good one. But the reason I use DNS exfiltration is simply because very few companies out there are logging DNS. It's just too much. A lot of companies will have DNS proxies that log it in some way, but they're not going to log it to the degree typically. Now, there's caveats to all of that, right? Like a company like Facebook can afford it if they want to, right? But a lot of companies aren't. So that's why I do it. But any of these would have worked. So then you just go to CyberChef. It's just base 60 or base 32 encoded, and that is your flag. Pretty simple, pretty easy. But it was interesting to see how many different ways people got that one, because that's why I named it exfil needed. You just got to exfil the data. Okay. Let's see. Oh, this one surprised me how many few people got this one. JFunction was the only one that got the Mr. Robot flag. Did anybody even try on the Mr. Robot? Like, when I may say that, I mean, like, did anybody go for it because it was only 15 points? Or did everybody just kind of say, yeah, screw it, it's only 15 points? Just put Elliot. Okay. Guessing isn't bad. All you had to do was check the robots.txt file. No, the answer wasn't Elliot. No, it was not Elliot. All you had to do is check the robots.txt file. It's a simple one, but it's something that people just don't check sometimes. And I will say this, 99.9% of the time, there's nothing of real super value there, but doesn't mean don't check, right? Same reason pen testers still do DNS zone transfers. Doesn't work on a public DNS 99.999% of the time. But why not give it a shot? Maybe it'll work, right? Once you get internal, it's a little higher percentage, but why not give it a shot, right? It's an easy, let's give it a shot, see what happens. It won't work, but maybe it will. All right, what else we got? The weird flex one we just did. Or did we do the weird flex one? The weird flex one was just state corrector. Yeah, we did that one. The what the cert was just encoding. I am Groot. Oh, Santa lost his password. This is another one that people were confused on. And this was just you building a word list is all it was for. It was not to... no, you didn't really have to get crazy with it because I gave you the... I'm looking for the... Wait, it's Elliot. No, it's not Elliot. Stop. It's not Elliot. It was on robots.txt. How could we try? What do you mean, could we try? Jake, I don't know how far back it's delayed. I think you're just really far back delayed. Need to link the URL in that challenge description. What URL? I wouldn't link the URL. It's the URL of the CTF that you're on. Yeah, I tried finding word list generators, but couldn't find the way to do it. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Sorry, we're working on two different things here. Okay, so I will say this. This is something, password cracking is definitely an art more than a skill, in my opinion. It's definitely a skill, but up to a certain point, then it becomes an art, right? So a couple of things here. First thing I would do on any target, if I actually know the name of the target, right, is simple. Look for breach passwords, right? Well, I gave you that. Mrs. Claus, I love my wife, whatever, right? So it's pretty clear that it's going to be something about his wife, right? I think we all know that. So right off the bat, it's something about his wife. We know that. So first thing, what's his wife's name? Mrs. Claus, whatever you want to say. Okay. So right away, crunch does help, but keep in mind, I'm giving you that every password he used had his wife in there. So it's probably safe bet that you don't need to use a whole like rock you or something like that. We need to tailor our list a little bit, mainly because we don't want to sit there and waste our time. Okay. All right. So from there, you just do a little bit of information, right? A little bit. And what is, let's just look it up. Common names for Mrs. Claus. Mrs. Claus, also known as Mrs. Santa Claus or Mrs. Santa, Mother Christmas or Mrs. Christmas. So let's make a quick word list with Mrs. Claus, Santa, Mrs. Claus, Mother Christmas. Okay. Now, what else do we know about Santa Claus? Well, let's look up basic information about him. When's Santa's birthday? March 15th, which would be 3/15, right? Well, what's Santa's password? Mother Christmas 0315. What do you mean I gave you zero scope? It was a 50. All right. I'm just going to be 100% honest here, Jake. You're being hypercritical about every task. No one's making you compete in this. It's free. You win prizes. I created every challenge myself, except for the forensics ones. If you don't want to participate, you don't have to. Okay? I gave you zero scope on a 15-point question. You got 500 points. Almost 500 points. Okay? I gave you zero scope on a 15-point question because it's supposed to be a fun one. It's supposed to be just look around until you find it. It's a robots.txt file. Okay? If you don't like it, you don't have to participate. No one's making you, man. Every single piece of this you've been hypercritical of, and that's fine. You can be hypercritical, but don't compete then if you're going to complain about it. Right? I have no problem with constructive criticism, but when you're just being critical with no constructiveness, It's just a fun competition. This is not supposed to be serious. If I was creating this for a corporation, yeah, I would lay it out much, much, much more complex and spend a hell of a lot more time on it. But this cost me about $1,000 of my money. I get nothing back from it. It cost me countless hours, plus the 8 to 10 hours I'm streaming today for it. Okay? And I do all of this because it's something I enjoy doing. If you don't want to be here, then don't be here. That's on you. I don't care. But we got to knock off this negative connotation about every single thing. Because a lot of the guys that were down lower, guess what? They were having fun. They were learning something. That's what this was about. This had absolutely nothing to do with a full-time pen tester getting upset because every single critical detail wasn't lined out the way that they are expecting it. Okay? So I appreciate you competing. I appreciate you being here. But it's time to grow up a little bit and let's learn, have fun, and just calm down. All right? It's not that serious. All right. Moving on. Okay. So yeah, the Santa Claus one was just to teach you how to which steg one? And the Santa Claus one was just literally to teach you how to create a word list based on gathering information about them. All right. What other challenges did anyone have? And there was only 20 this time. Last year there was 100, if you remember, but it was over 2 weeks. So last year there was a lot more easier ones. This year I wanted to make sure that defense or defbox.io the first forensics one. So the forensics ones, again, those were created by CTFD, not by me. So only the forensics ones and the def box ones. The flag for a friend was help, I'm stuck at the pet store. So everybody got to the point of basically kind of cluing in on it, but they weren't getting to the they all got that clue, but they weren't getting to it's at the actual flag itself. So if that's where everybody was getting stuck on that clue. And then let's see, there's one more reverse engineering one. That one was pretty easy. That was just a basic crack the password. The cert one was pretty easy once everybody figured out it was a cert, which kind of gave it away. Yeah, there really wasn't too many super difficult ones. There were some that people were getting frustrated at, but none of them were super difficult, meaning like there was no complex I don't think you're mad at me at all. I think you're being extremely critical of a fun competition, and your criticism isn't as constructive as you think it is when the competition is over and you're just saying you should have done this, you should have done this, that's not constructive the way you think it is my point. There has yet been a piece of this that you've said thank you, you've said good job, this was fun, you've done nothing but be critical is my point. You've you won a prize, you got second or third place or whatever. So you're getting hundreds of dollars of value for nothing, for just being here today. My point is that people are trying to enjoy it. I'm trying to enjoy it, and you're sitting here not being constructively critical. If that's how you're constructively critical, then maybe work on your approach. But just simply stating, this should have had a better scope, this should have done this, when it's intentional. That's what I'm trying to tell you, is it's not a misstep. I intentionally left, you got to find the robots.txt file, because I'm not going to give you the site. It's not fun. You have to try and figure it out. There's some of these challenges that one or two people figured out, and that's it. That's the fun. The fun is people's brains work differently. So some people think this way, some people think that way. You did a challenge one way, I did it this way, that guy did it this way. Those are the fun things. The problem is you're taking that fun away by saying, no, do it the way I want you to do it, or else it's wrong. Like you were telling some people earlier, oh, Stego's bad, and if you think it's fun, you were basically like, that's dumb. You didn't say it that way. I'm paraphrasing, obviously. But you were very intently stating that. So it's like, let people have fun. Be critical all day long. Send me a whole write-up of things that you'd like to see better in the next one. That's great. I would love that. And I will try to implement them. This isn't the time, the place. I would say you're probably somewhat young the way you're approaching it. Maybe you aren't. I don't know. But just work on the approach. Have real constructive criticism, and have some respect for some of the people that spent time on this. And that, by the way, that's the end of I'm not addressing it anymore. So I only addressed it because you kept bringing it up. I'm not addressing it anymore. I appreciate you competing. You got third place. Really well done. You were killing it the whole time. I respect your opinion. Feel free to write me up as much constructive criticism as you want, but this is neither here nor there, the time or place. Strings and foremost immediately solved the first and second one. Yeah, strings is a big part of a lot of them. I say a lot of them, but like I meant like the actual ones that had files in them. All right, it is 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock here, I should say. Hopefully everyone enjoyed it. Like I said, we will spend the next day or two validating that there was no cheating. Again, I hate that we even have to, or I say we, but me, I even have to do that anymore. Last year, the cheating was kind of interesting. And it was, there were certain ways to detect it that we had to go back and investigate, me and another guy. And like I said, someone tipped me off on it. And I said, okay, let me look into it. And as I dug deeper, I noticed it. So I'm going to do the same thing this time. Make sure there was no funny business, because I hate that crap. And then we'll go from there, and we'll reach out to everybody that was, because all three of the winners were in my Discord. So I will reach out to them on the Discord, and we'll kind of go from there and get them the first place prize, second place prize, third place prize. So hopefully you guys enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it. I thought it was a good time. I thought everybody competed really well. I'll be honest with you. I didn't think anybody would complete it. Technically, nobody really did. Nobody did all the challenges, is my point. I just didn't think there was enough time to complete all the challenges, which seemed to be the case. And that was the point. I wanted just enough challenges that it's fun, hard, and there's a lot to do, but nobody would just beat all of them. And that way it kind of left people, some people are doing these, some people are doing these, whatever. So hopefully that helps you guys. There's no need to apologize, Jake. We were having, like I said, it's constructive criticism. Appreciate it all day long. The approach was incorrect in my opinion. And again, that's an opinion matter. So there's no reason to apologize. I didn't take any ill intent on it. No problem. Let me know if you guys want us to do more of these. I will say, as time goes on, I have ebbs and flows like everybody else. Sometimes other works get very busy, and keep in mind, YouTube, Discord, Patreon, all that stuff is a very, very small part of my livelihood. And by very small part, I mean it's not even really my livelihood. so I have to focus on other aspects of my life. And so as things come up, I can do more stuff when times get slow, and then as things, get busier, I have to kind of ease off a little bit. So let me know what you guys think. Hopefully, we can host these yearly for sure. I've been hosting it yearly. Last year I tried to get everybody coins, challenge coins, but web challenges. Oh, I could do a whole thing of web challenges. Web pen testing is easy as hell. So, but the problem I had last year with those coins, if you remember, I custom ordered them. I spent like $800 on these coins for everybody to get, and it was a long story, but basically they came like 3 months late. Like, it was insane. Then I get them, and then it was like I didn't get them because they shipped them to the wrong place. And I said, hey, what do you guys got to give me, go get those or whatever. And FedEx was just like, if you want them, go get them. So I went to that place, and guess what? They weren't there. The person didn't work or didn't live there. I don't know. It was never there. So it was like an insane thing. So I was like, I'm not doing coins again for everybody. But I will try to think of something that we could get everybody that's actually something cool, not something stupid. Like, I don't want to just be like, here's a sticker. Like, I don't want that. But I want to try and get you guys something for participating, because I do want this to be a yearly event. I do want it to grow. I don't necessarily ever want it to be something like a Net Wars or something. I don't want it to be that big. I want it to be this type of format, 20 people, unique, that type of stuff. But yeah, so I want it to stay this way. So hopefully it does. But thank you guys. I appreciate you guys. I'll be in contact for the winners. And then, like I said, last little tidbit, I appreciate you guys. Feel free to join the Patreon if you guys are interested in more content. I have a couple hundred videos or 100 videos or something like that. It felt like an exam. Well, hopefully that's not a bad thing. And then also the Streamlabs, I don't know if that link works, if I'm being honest. I haven't streamed in a long time. I plan on streaming more regularly. They won't always be this long, but I do plan on streaming more regularly. So join the